Which game? I'm just gonna play. I literally don't care anymore. I'm gonna just play the game. I wanna know what's going on. You think YouTube isn't sending out notifications? Not when it's the third time we tried. When it's the third time you try, you're the problem, you know? Just look at other people. They can stream whatever they want, and people will still watch. Here we go again. You know, he says that like every 5 seconds. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Ah, I never remember what this guy sounds like. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? I really don't remember what he sounds like. Oh, what is it now? You should go home and rest.
Here you are, Grexy. Yeah, the representation papers.
What? Your ladyship! Ho! I thought he called her ho. Ho! I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn wriggle ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work. That is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, I can hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do it as you please. You know where it happened? Through the door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windybank and Jaina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever. Even with the lads working round the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Oh, I forgot she's here.
Come then, we must not waste time.
No! But it's on the floor. There's shit on the floor. I'm not gonna investigate this. There's the article ledger here. The Windybank's notes and what's this? It looks as though someone left a little photographic print behind.
Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Show us, Susie. Show us.
We got this picture too. We didn't look at the back. I forgot about this too. This is an adorable little cat. It looks a little like Wagahai. It probably is. I always thought that cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Why isn't Susato talking? Maybe British cats are different. I don't think that matters, Naruhodo. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it.
13th February. 9 p.m. Article 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13 April.
It's 15 April now, right? I don't know.
9 p.m.
Oh, it's 16 April. No, my bad. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket.
For an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus scene.
Yes, a small box. What, that doesn't tell much about it, does it?
Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos. I can't help but wondering. Presumably Mr. McGill never redeemed the article in question, since he still had the ticket. So isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop?
Ah, yes, if it's something Mr. McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. Oh, this is the... Okay.
I undersigned agree to legal representation by lawyer named Heranda. In regard to the following incident,
Gina Lestrade, alleged offense murder of Baker Street pawnbroker, 17 April, or the day of the trial. Okay. Oh, this is a different picture.
15 February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. One gentleman's overcoat.
There's a freaking blood print.
Loan amount paid £1. Redemption deadline 15 April, 10:30 p.m.
A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly, it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think.
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGilded. Would have never expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of the photograph, though.
It seems Mr. Winterbank had just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have had.
But this photograph of a cat, it looks familiar. Yeah, we just saw it. I'm sure I've seen this exact picture somewhere else recently.
Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same one Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course, I was forgetting she gave us that print.
What are you waiting for? Another hoodoo? Get it out!
Whoa. Alright, let the cocks turn. Oh wait, it's slightly different. Maybe we can use the machine. Like the freaking telescope, whatever the hell shit. They're exactly the same. No, they're slightly different.
Dots? Hee, I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What does it mean?
You must tell us, Iris, at once. Hee, do you really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you need to know about this pair of photographs. Oh. Aish. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The ones we found here on Windybank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between the two identical prints?
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not. Yeah, you blind or what?
Have another look at them now.
Dots.
Can you see they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. It's very subtle though.
But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Oh well, it's because they are set, you see.
No, I don't.
These pair of photographs are meant to be using a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
A stereoscope. Why do I feel like I heard it? What? Are you like short-term memory? You literally heard that yesterday.
Oh yes, that's what Mr. Shum showed us yesterday. You see, Dad, he's just over there.
Ah yes, of course, the magical machine that makes pictures look real enough to touch.
Well, actually...
Golden? How you doing, Golden? You didn't miss much so far. The only thing we've seen is that so Gina gave us a picture yesterday of this cat, and this is the redemption ticket for a small box. Redemption deadline 13 April. You didn't get a notification? I figured. How long is the stream going on? For like This is the third time I tried to stream it, but nobody came to the stream, so I just decided to start playing anyways because I want to play the game. I figured nobody got notifications or I don't know, people just don't like the streams. I don't know. But yeah, not much has happened. We've only been playing for like 20 minutes. But yeah, this is actually the third time I tried to start the A30 streams. But nobody came to the stream, so I was like, okay, you know what, never mind. I'm just gonna play the game anyway. But yeah, I figured you didn't get notification. I don't think anybody did. Even for the third time. I figured, oh, third time's the charm, right? Nope, third time still nobody came. So thanks, YouTube. Let's hope Twitch isn't like that. I don't know how bad or how good the Twitch notification system is. But yeah, we got this. This is the ticket Gina gave us. Which is date deposited 13 February, redemption deadline 13 April. YouTube can be so rough at some time. The platform is broken. Yeah, they're too focused on then they don't fix things that need to be fixed, aka the subscription box, the notification settings, and also the bot comments. They never fix that, and they never will. From what you seem, Twitch seems to be way better. Yeah, hopefully. I'm still gonna keep Ace Attorney on YouTube streams just cause like it's a series. I want it to be on YouTube. But yeah, this ticket is for a box for 10 shillings, and on the table there's a similar cat picture. It's almost exactly the same, and that's the ticket for the jacket that Eggert and Gina were fighting over the other day. It does have a blood stain though, so I don't know why that isn't pointed out. Why they're not pointing out the blood stain. But yeah, it's annoying. I just started to play the game anyways, just cause like I want to play the game. This is my favorite game. Like, why won't I want to play it? You know.
It's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures without one of those contraptions.
So now, the both the cat pictures are part of the stereoscope, which Herlock was looking at the other day. Wait, really?
Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place?
I'm sorry, I don't know how to cross my eyes. Just kidding.
No, I have no idea.
Also, I forgot Susato was with us for a while. Until she came up and I was like, oh wait, she's still here. You two got to fix what need to be fixed, not fix random stuff. They've tried to fix things and make it worse. That's how YouTube is. Also, I just want to get away from YouTube just cause like, one, I don't want to deal with people who hate me for no reason, to dislike every stream, even though I didn't stream for like a whole week. But they're simps for, they're probably a simp for this specific person. But also because Twitch doesn't have likes and dislikes, so don't have to worry about it. Don't have to worry about idiots. Like, just watch this stream have like 5 dislikes from their alts.
Oh, wonderful! I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Yonosuke, should we let her explain though? We really need to carry on investigation the scene.
I, for one, simply have to know.
Of course you do. Jesus.
Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Oh well, I just opened them and it works.
The reason it works is because we have 2 eyes.
2 eyes. Shocking.
If you try closing one eye at a time, then you'll see straight away. What do you see with your left eye?
Oh, but
What do you see with your right eye?
it's true, it's true.
Ours is slightly different. You get a different view with each eye.
Yes. The only thing we were missing from perspective is Naruhodo's nose. Iris spitting facts. Dude. Hell yeah.
Yes, the position of objects seem to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges these 2 views into one. That's how we can see depth in everything we see.
Ha! That's okay. Oh, my brain is really amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me.
I think I see. The pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Isn't that right? Oh well, that's Susie, you're so quick!
So if you persuade your brain to merge the 2 pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see the depth in these prints.
Yes, Bruno, you're beginning to understand. And the stereo...
Oh, and the stereoscope's function is to act as your brain to allow you to do that.
Yes, but as long as you have 2 images, 2 eyes, and 1 brain,
What about 2 brains?
you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really?
Let's try it. Let's see if we can view these pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope.
Oh god, this is a challenge.
Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Susan really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes.
I can't do that! How do you cross your eyes?
That's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can. I can't.
Watch me and see if you can copy.
Don't cross your eyes, Iris. Iris! Oh my god, Susato, please do that, please. That's so funny. Bruh, the way it shifted in. Dude, I can't. Oh no!
Alright, let me try. Are you ready? No, Mr. Naruto.
I'm really not ready. Why does she kind of look more normal than Iris? Ew.
The hell's that? Wonderful. It's your turn, Bruno.
God, I can't. Can you close your eyes? I can't.
The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose.
Oh, that's the trick. Everybody has to do the trick. The face, literally. Wait, look at the bridge of your nose. The same time. How the hell do you do that? Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Can you imagine? You're one of the cops at the back. You're trying to investigate. Wow, this is. I'm so tired. There's so much stuff in here to take as evidence. You know that I had to note down in my notebook, my evidence bag or whatever. And you see these three hoes behind, being like, "Hey, look at my eyes!" Like a 10-year-old, a teenager, and some dude. Cross-eyed from each other. Jesus Christ.
Alright, that's enough practice. Let's try looking at the prints.
Can we just use the stereoscope?
Start by staring at one print, slowly crossing your eyes.
They do it for us.
You should see two overlapping pictures.
Is that how it looks like when it's cross-eyed? Okay.
Like this. You try it, Bruno.
I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Oh my god.
Did the print split in two images for you?
No.
Now the next step. Is to put the pair of prints side by side like this and try crossing your eyes again.
Can the game do it for me, please?
The prints should slowly merge together until
Beautiful!
they form a new single image in the center.
Ah! Yes! Yes! Says Susato.
Mr. Naruto, it works. I can see in the middle now. It looks so real. I could look at it all day.
I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Reno. Pretend you're looking through the pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly.
Like this, is it?
Yeah, you managed it.
No, I didn't.
Now you know how to stereo.
Can we just use the machine?
Now stereoscopic pictures work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Ruro?
They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly.
No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like these exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. And the set a pair of photographs in the stand in the back.
It's still amazing even though I roughly know how it works now.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in a lot of households in the capital recently.
If these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. It's free if you cross-eyed.
But it's more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. At least I think so anyway.
Stereoscopic prints, never imagined I heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge I'll actually need. Probably. Can we investigate this? So this is the second of the 2 photographic prints in the cat. Really looks like Wakahai. Probably is! It looks exactly as the first photograph at first glance. Suppose that's what's so compelling. Actually, now we have both pictures. I could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. So I need to cross my eyes and get the 2 cats to merge in the middle as one. It's such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a lot of time staring. This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday.
Yes, heavy entrusted to her by Mr. May Gillett 2 months ago. Article deposited 1 gentleman's overcoat.
And the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat.
Yes, for a small box, deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident.
Could that have anything to do with all of this? Probably. Look, the dark red smear here appears to be made by someone's finger.
Do you think it could be blood?
Don't! Do you see any red mark as blood? It's a bit morbid, Iris.
But it's almost certainly blood, is it?
It could be like those thumb stamp things. Tusk! 10-year-olds these days! Kids these days think everything's blood. I thought it was blood too. So I don't know what you're talking about. Another one. The lamp is broken too, yeah? The ledger that's open on the counter there is really enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about. Better to sell it than have a clear head if you ask me.
Naruto already being a boomer. Boomer. Clearly Mr. Windybank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. What about the broken lamp? Are we not gonna talk about this broken lamp? Okay. Fine by me. Hello, sir. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Shh, keep it down! Oh, sorry. That's a major clue, yeah.
Really? We must have Gracie at once.
But as soon as I report it, it, I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been 2 days already. I need another constable to really me and take over the shift. Oh, they really have a tough time, British police.
That doesn't stop us from investigating though, does it?
No, I suppose not. Fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Ah, look here! Ah, it's a bullet hole.
Yes, a bullet hole. I can see the bullet still lodged in the wall.
Presumably, Mr. Windybank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Also, the blood, by the way.
Well, Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room when he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
It's all in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps.
In jest?
Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. But
Forget that for now. Let's examine this bullet.
what's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar.
Aha! Maybe able to help with that.
What?
It's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there?
Jesus, you're dead! I have a feeling I'm not as bloody minded as you, Iris. Kids these days.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. And there you have it. When it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes. What is your blood type? Mine is A+. Yes, what a scientific observation. Oh god, don't bring Emma here.
So you need this?
Oh no, what is the scary looking thing?
Hardy and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does.
Oh god, don't shoot me.
Watch!
Oh! She just contaminated the crime scene? Whoa. Luminol? Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed.
There, does it make sense now?
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good! It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combined with the blood makes it change color. You can identify whose blood is you're looking for, looking at in the flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great.
So whose blood are we looking at then?
Dots? Well, all the chemicals does is turn the blood a different color, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash.
Could be literally anybody. Dots. It's more like two flashes, really, isn't it?
One flash, two flash. This could very well turn out to be a valuable clue. We must take note of it in the court record.
Sure. Okay.
Let's keep testing and adding the results in any other blood analysis in the portfolio.
So this is the replacement for luminol because that didn't exist yet.
As long as I have the region left, sure.
Actually, there's a stain on the back of the one photograph, isn't there? I think perhaps we should see if they can tell us anything. Unknown green. She acts like it's easy to get blood samples in the era, dude, literally.
Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
The red smear, you mean?
Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san had picked up on that. Isn't that why she's asking you? Well, in that case...
Yes, we need Iris!
We should show her to this before we forget.
Oh, that looks like blood!
I would say it's from a glove fingerprint. Most certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me.
Boom! Oh, it's purple. Look at that.
Yes, the color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
Well, Dots, well, this particular stain of blood.
You had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is?
A glove? A glove finger mark on this? For one gentleman's overcoat? Leather glove? I can only think of Mr. McGilded who wears leather gloves, right? What's that picture? Eggert Benedict. How old is he? Oh, question mark. I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is, not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right, I think it's clear. Alice, you know as well? You first, Runa. Who do you think it belongs to?
Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... oh my god, McGilded, right?
Mr. McGilded?
Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him.
Oh, you don't think during the incident on the omnibus?
Yes, I expect so. It's very clear no small amount of blood. It must have resulted from a fairly serious incident, such as he might have sustained from the omnibus.
Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was found on Mr. McGilded at all.
Oh.
We tried to work out who the blood came from. We can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away.
Oh! Duh! I'm so stupid. He was holding the ticket, but it's not his blood. It's the victim's blood. The fired Mason. Thrice fired Mason. The victim.
You don't sound very sure yourself the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. Of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed thrice fired Mason. But that would mean this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago.
Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windybanks yesterday. I'm suggesting the bloodstain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night.
Exactly. How I asked you is what a good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach. I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give a man a hand. Certainly does look like leather glove thumbprint. This mark. We know Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Holmes. Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope.
Yes, I think you're right, Bruno. Very well. Let's make a note of this.
So purple is Mr. Mason's blood. We still need to find green. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard to examine every article in the shop and ledger and book accounts. Every article, but that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts, but still, we've been working through the night, that's for sure. We barely have scratched the surface. The crime scene in a pawnbroker's must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every couple's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in a pawnbroker's. Literally.
These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
It's really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example?
Well, sometimes you can find real treasures among all the junk, you know.
Dots.
Are you alright, Bruno?
Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue.
That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever.
This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures as things as if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident as I can get it close again.
Oh yes, that's the 30 stereoscope.
Really, this is a stereoscope. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. For that, he used a great big contraption over there.
Oh, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel of pictures, all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is much simpler in design for use at home.
Simple design.
There are very special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a very little collection of myself.
I wonder if I could make money out of this in Japan. So this thing takes place around cameras were a new thing, yeah. Because in the first case when there was a photograph, Naruhodo was like, wow, this is so much better than a drawing, it's so real. So this was when cameras were first invented. Guess when like the industry was popping off in England, but not much in Japan. I think it was like when Japan got their first train or something like that, maybe. I wonder if I could make money of this in Japan. It would keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. What? Your toilet's not clean, brother.
That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Bruno?
Ah, I see. Yes, but we've never seen one as large as this in Japan.
Oh, well, this would be a treat. Shall we listen?
Dots.
What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound?
It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen are in the room giving you fierce looks.
Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gracie to have a word.
Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. No one gonna talk about the Skull Cup. Behind
Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy said.
That's... Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windybank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him.
As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruto. We must make a thorough investigation.
Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime.
Don't worry. If there's clues in there, I'll find them.
So do we move there? Oh, Windybank. Oh, look at that blood. Look at that pool of blood. Wait, there's a box. And it's open. It's a very red box there. Oh, Iris, don't be sad.
Dots.
Poor Iris. She climbed up completely.
Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windybank's life was taken in this very room only last night.
It's okay, Iris, don't worry.
Dots.
Dots. Ah! Wait, Inspector, wait, where'd he go? What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think Scotland Yard Inspector would run away? Some jumped up, little defense lawyer, yeah.
Dots.
Well, I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old.
I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Oh.
Dots.
Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? My dude! No, you're so dumb. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. Tell you not to get under my feet. Dude, right?
We have investigating to do ourselves.
Yes. I'd like to hear more what the socially inept inspector has to say.
How holy.
And inquire on how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Sure! You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them! You're the inspector! What's wrong with you? That's what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less. Why are you hiding, bro? Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Gracie, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of the clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, your Scotland Yard police attended to the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found and locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. Took the liberty of smashing the door in, humbly as possible.
Uh-oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus-wise. Next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutted child.
Are you talking talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Dots! Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No!
Presumably, the gun's still down there on the floor. In the pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom?
What the hell was she in there?
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which reached the relationship friend. In something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid.
Dots.
Obviously, my personal opinion is that some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Sophia, of course. Sure.
Gracie, do you know about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Well, the thing is, don't miss your word.
Don't miss your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No. It's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Yes, ma'am! They use something called general anesthetic. The lightest thing renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible?
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we just managed to provide laughing gas for tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you know follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medicine to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. Now that all the ops finished, they say they can't get him to wake up, apparently. What?
Oh my!
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system or the bloke's just plain exhausted. But either way, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. He's not awake?
Hurley.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I'll get away to you. What a surprise, even in the matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Well, let's look at the crime scene, shall we? Left to right! Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them.
I can't believe how many there are.
A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look!
Piece of people, different people's lives quietly gathering dust here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. What? Or at least there would be if not for the dead body or the freaking outline or the police shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, Sunshine. I'm curious about that box. We'll look at that later. I thought this ink would have been something. Well, let's look at the box first. Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it? What is it, Iris?
That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in.
Dun dun dun!
Oh,
Iris's unpublished story, The Hounds of Baskerville. Surely that's not what all this...
sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, I sold it. Wow, telling you.
We must check inside the box at once.
Yes.
Dots.
Ah!
It was there! Iris' story was there!
Really, it was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not really a very well hidden frown. Something's up with that box.
Dots.
Iris's manuscript. Why? Why is she dot? What's wrong with her? Why is she like that? Why are you like this, Iris? Can we read it? It's a freaking huge manuscript. The Hound of Baskervilles.
Dots.
How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? Yo-ho!
Dots.
I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain to me.
I'm so sorry.
How could you, Susato-san? This is a revolver, a real one!
And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windybank's life!
What's the matter, Susie? You and Runa look like you're about to faint.
Well, it's just that I rarely seen a gun in the flesh.
And I've had issues with guns in the past! But anyway, we saw Mr. Windybank with this yesterday, didn't we? Archer, how did they make knife? It must be the same gun. And the last night, when I looked around the spy hole in the door in the storeroom, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand.
Mr. Windybank told us he only had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he?
Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet in his gun had been fired.
You can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from his revolver. The police have marked this position of the body with a chalk line. And they had to draw it because they didn't have the tape last time.
Poor Mr. Windybank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot once. Through the heart. Most likely the fellow learned instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
Dots. Dots.
This must be his blood then.
I don't like to ask at such a rated time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps...
Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
BOOM!
Is it green? It's blue? What the hell? Who the hell's green blood was that? Hold up! No, just kidding. He was there from the beginning. So now we know.
Now we know the color the chemical turns when reacts with Mr. Windybank's blood.
This doesn't match our analysis of the blood we found in the main shop.
No, but let's add this sample to the others we already collected anyway.
Dots.
Iris?
Don't worry, I'm alright. We must find the true culprit.
Yes, absolutely.
Am I missing something? Got all the blood. out of lake. Wish you amazing streaming. Yeah, it's not an amazing stream, but I'm just having fun with the game. How you doing? Did I look good? Nothing's here, huh? Maybe we have to present something. Should we go see if Herlock's awake? How you doing? Did I go good? Oh, go! You came in just at the right time for going gulping. Wait, let's go see if Herlock is awake. Might be missing something there, but... Well, he's asleep, but he's not there. What the hell? Okay. We're probably missing something in the storeroom or the main shop. If you lay a conscience, you might miss what people say, don't they? Hey, welcome back 457.
Is that what it is? Your ladyship's letters?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of Baskerville.
A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating, I don't suppose. Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time?
Good question. I can't remember.
I see. Well, why would you, ladyship? I'll just wait for its publication with eager anticipation.
You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. The string is going well. Not really. Well, the stream is fine. The game is fine.
You're not going to be arrested, sunshine.
Not by you. I didn't mean it like that. Even if I did, you wouldn't have been bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Okay. Huh. Let's go. Should we go to the streets? What the hell? Who is? Thanks YouTube for the super delayed notification. YouTube at its finest. There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windybanks.
I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home.
Poor Irish is still upset by all this. Yeah, because she's 10! I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more.
None of this is your fault, Bruno.
69 minutes later. Ow! Oh my god.
Don't apologize.
But
It's the criminals who are to blame for all this. So let's investigate to catch.
We're going to catch you.
Yes, you're right. You've been looking. Wow. The Holocaust. It's already been 2 months. Oh, we already read this dialogue. Still can't quite believe it. Never expected things would turn out like this.
When Hurley comes back home, let's have a big party.
Oh, I'll have a party with Herlock, but it might be separate from you and Susato. Y'all are underage girls. Me and Herlock will have our own little party. I found out what I'm saying. An organized one, even. Let's call Barak in. Maybe male Strongheart will join too. The party, I mean. The party. The organized event. That's a great idea. Sure, it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough. At least it's sent with the right timing. Late with the right timing.
Yes.
221B Baker Street. Zani, oh, come to the poo. Did that notification just send to everybody now? Maybe that's what's happening. Should go home. Mail, Barak mail. How? And the blondie one? Oh, he's right here actually. His name is his fake name at least is Eggert Benedict, and we don't know how old he is. But you know what they say about people who are named Benedict? They have very nice Benedicts. I mean, what? Eggert, Lego my ego. Do we go to the prison cell? Benedict, how's I am? Wow. Gina doesn't appear to be here.
I believe she must be in questioning at the moment.
Oh, but wait a minute.
What is it, Iris?
Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't it? Gilly could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped.
Oh my!
Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse.
Dots! Calm down, Bruno. I was only joking, of course.
You say that? Oh. You mean the one who pointed the gun at us wasn't the nice one? It's okay. He had a stick and he was his clothes are white so that you won't see the stain. Thought it was a great deduction.
Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of your words you carry.
Susato, can you not be a freaking bitch? Serious? Like, sorry, but like, you're such a hoe. What's wrong with you? Can you like, don't be rude? She's 10 years old. Oh my god, Susato, what's your problem? Susato is like the sassiest asshole I've ever had in my entire life. Second case.
Hey, 15-year-old girl. I wish you would have waited longer and not killed my friend.
And literally yesterday she's like,
Gina, you say you are alone? Prove it! Tell them you hate them! Come, you say it now!
lurking mode on. Now she's like, Iris, you was really Susato, what's your problem, girl?
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Suppose the light-hearted detective is a contradiction in terms.
Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed.
Not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, who cares? She's 10. She's a kid. Looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime.
Yes, come along then, Bruno. Come along then, Susie.
You're the one who knew the story. Why are you being such a hoe to Iris if you are being the ho-ho? You're hiding secrets from us, man. I can't even investigate that. Oh. It must be in the storeroom something. Herlock will throw his bag back and forth right now. Oh my god. Yeah, man. Huh. Oh. There's an open drawer, but we can't investigate it.
Maybe it's the fact that the freaking lamp is broken, by the way. Because I thought we could investigate that just now, but it wouldn't let us. Green blood. It seems wrong somehow.
Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pink ones and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know.
Blood. Is there anywhere else we've seen blood?
This must be Sherlock, Mr. Sholmes' bed.
Well, Harry,
I know, it looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? I don't
think that would bother him.
know.
I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world.
He started blanking. I think I'll call the police if I discover someone like that. Okay. What am I missing? What am I missing? Okay, maybe if we present the manuscript to Iris?
Oh, my manuscript.
Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Windybanks and he had.
But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it?
I'm afraid I have no idea. All he can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Maybe it's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yes, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris.
I know I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we should really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, for sure. For sure. 100%. Definitely guaranteed.
What? Did I miss anything? What am I missing? I'm missing something from the shop, probably. But what though? What am I not looking at? I thought it would be the glass on the floor, but Is there like a bullet here somewhere or something? Hmm. Oh, this is new. Mr. Windybank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Oh, it's just a clearer image of the text. Because they've used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. It's written very neatly, but still perhaps they've run out of paper. This is the same. So this smears blood.
It's reacted to the chemicals fired from Iris's strange gun, so it must be. It does look as though a thumbprint from a hand in a leather glove.
Mr. Jones wear gloves, does he?
He wears fingerless gloves though. Fingerless!
Oh dear, someone a little upset. What am I missing? What the hell's happening? Huh. Green. Did I not investigate something? We gotta go eat, alright? I feel like I've been everywhere. I feel like I've investigated everything.
Oh, this looks like a telegram.
It is, but you mustn't open it, not under any circumstances.
Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see.
What did I just say? You mustn't open it.
Don't worry, I won't. It's a special concoction I developed. I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it.
You just got a notification. It wasn't even for this one. It was one of the removed ones. Oh my god, you two. It just goes to prove everything that we talked about yesterday, huh? It's not loud either.
Oh, I'm sure it's something important.
Little geniuses sure can be mischievous. We were rather lucky to find an old aquarium left behind here. The prawns. This is the same.
Apparently, tanks like those were very popular in London before I was born.
Oh, you mean they're not anymore?
I think people discovered it was too much effort to clean them out and change the water all the time.
I can't believe that. Prawns and anemones are fun for a while. Let's eat them. Do you know you've never seen inside Mr. Sato's room? Haven't so much as put my head around the door.
Oh, Susie often invites me up. It's so much fun.
Really? What's her room like? I bet we had to look in there at some point.
Can't tell you that.
Oh.
A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
Where have I heard that before? Suppose some things are the same the world over. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already.
At least that is far worse, you know.
I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes. You're gonna lurk for a while, alright.
I wonder.
You don't think I can?
Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder.
Jesus. Maybe it's something in Herlock's desk. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk, it's completely clear. Looks totally different without an enormous machine on it.
Hurley lives in an absolute mess all the time. He never notices when things go missing.
Even when Mr. Sholmes must have noticed that a huge lump of metal is no longer there, surely. Also, there's a skull in there. I don't know how these people just have skulls in their house. Now, this is really Mr. Sholmes' faithful performing instrument. The Stravida, Scrapadaska, the Scapaticaparis, it's no good, it's gone. The virtuoso violin he found in the pawnbrokers and managed to buy for next to nothing.
I hope Hurley gets well soon. I miss hearing his terrible violin playing.
Oh, Iris, I'm sure he will. Well, okay, maybe I have to present something to the investigator. Inspector Grayson, whatever the hell his name is. You! I feel like I presented everything. Converse? I've asked everything else. Inspector, what do you make of this? Do you plan on doing any more of the trial today? I probably will.
Oh, what do we have here then? The redemption ticket for an article deposited here, isn't it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote a ticket on whatever paper was to hand. This is a ticket for Mr. McGilder's overcoat, the one that our diver turned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually, no, it's not. Got it.
Really? Didn't you know better than me, do ya?
No, I didn't mean to.
We're not right, Rexy. This isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Never that are you, ladyship.
What's it? For a 10-year-old.
What's this about then, if I may be so about to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second one?
Seems Mr. McGilder, in fact, had another article of storage here at Windybanks.
What? Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the Inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. There we go! Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilder's overcoat. Yikes, Gregson!
You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just a music box disc, it seems.
I should have insisted the last take it back to the yard, examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilder deposited another article here at Windybank.
Yes, I can see it in here. A small box, was it?
Is it that one on the table?
Do you have any idea where it is, Grexy? Any idea at all? Another article belonging to Mr. McGilder. It could be an important clue.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose it could be...
Dots.
Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes and full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I lose my marbles. I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
Enough soft from years, aren't I? Dots. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh yes, of course. The article's here only here for 2 months.
Hey Tony, yo, what's up?
So the small box will no longer be here then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where forfeited items are offered for sale.
Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time.
Oh,
There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even.
Oh, we'll find it.
You can't possibly know which one might have belonged to Mr. McGill. There's information's written in the ledger.
Yes, that's the original thing.
well, I think we should at least have a look just in case.
Maybe it's like super obvious and he's just stupid.
Mr. Ladyship, of course, very sensible of you, I'm sure.
Just getting old.
We can't. Dong! Ding dong! Oh, look at that dong! The dong!
Nothing good but surviving. The same after that. The only thing that's good is the game.
I nearly jumped out my skin there. How could Mr. Winterback set up such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set it out to scare anyone.
Holy my god, is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Oh?
Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether you will be able to be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind.
Why? What's wrong with you? Why are you so sus? Why are you so subtle?
Don't you remember, Bruno? You told her she could rip out the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that?
Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. No, I want to see the box!
Where are the boxes? Oh, fine. They're rushing me. What box is it? Okay, fine.
Gina! Ah, Gina, good, you're back.
Thoughts? The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Didn't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you shined before. It means we were able to investigate it at Windy Banks.
Oh, right. Thoughts? Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. Thoughts? What's the point in asking? We change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not. Thoughts?
Gina, we came to ask for your final decision
What decision?
about tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
Thoughts? I must submit the paperwork now if you like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see.
She's really lost in her fight all of a sudden. I know what it feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Gina!
Thoughts? Thoughts? Alright then! Blimey, give it with the eyes, Iris. So come on, fill us in. Who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina.
Susato!
We don't know yet, Gina. I'll slap you through these bars, I tell you. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. Thoughts? And
While we haven't managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts we've managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for you being in here in the first place, I think I know why you broke into Windy Banks night.
Thoughts?
Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face! Or I could present to her calmly because I'm not gonna say that about a 17-year-old. We found this in Mr. Windybank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Oh, right. That's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at the Windybank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception, the box file that housed this manuscript.
Thoughts?
It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the hounds of Baskerville were really there. The real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please?
Thoughts? Alright, yeah, it's Baskerville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it hasn't been printed yet, so I figure it's got to be worth a few fair pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least £5,000. What?
So you intended to sell Iris' manuscript, did you?
No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't going to sell it. All I wanted to find out was if the manuscript or whoever you call it was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the first place. For Iris' sake, isn't that right?
We knew why you done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
But I knew you wouldn't say anything to me like that, Ginny. I knew it. Well,
When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before.
Can't have do a lot worse things than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You ain't just realised it yet. Tuts. I'm telling ya, the manuscript ain't a Windybanks, you see, if you look. Tuts. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. Sometimes I wonder if he might have hidden the manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Thoughts? Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Thoughts? Alright. I'll tell you what I did. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. If it weren't because of Iris, it's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he really deposited the manuscript at Windybanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris, it's locked in my mind. She's got her dad. Only she got to see him. I reckon it's got to be harder. It's what she writes the stories. Or about that, really. That's what I sound like to me anyway. Last night I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? I don't.
You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner?
Well, that's how I see it. Dad, you're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we?
Are you speaking about who?
Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ate all this chummy nonsense, did you? Yeah, and I ate it.
Is there blood on her jacket, by the way? Or am I crazy?
So I don't trust no one, that's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scrapper.
Are those blood stains on her sleeves or what? Dots. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of the overcoat. are some very suspicious red stains.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in the area to Gina now. Looks like some kind of stain. There's still the representation in court option, but those stains on the sleeves on your new coat, Gina. The blood on the... not that I know whose blood is yet.
You what? Blood, Mr. Naruto.
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So it could be blood splattered from Mr. Windybanks when he was shot last night.
Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else.
Take it easy, Oris.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Ow!
Oh no! Wait, it's purple. Ah, from Mr. Mason.
Oh. Oh my god!
What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Yuck! Nasty, and she's wearing that around her? Of course, the back color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now.
The blood has reacted with the capital to a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
Thoughts, I knew it.
What are you on about? Victim? What do you mean?
Thoughts.
It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruto, but I think this makes this quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth on who murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi, will someone explain what's going on? Stop telling all the story. That's...
Wait, I want to talk to Gina. Well, we can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGillicud's overcoat.
But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said that this was in his testimony.
Now I ask you, what a good-hearted will rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach. I wasn't able to start worrying about me gloves now. Was I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. The stains would have arisen from Mr. McGillicud trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what really happened, the blood would have splashed all over from the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGillicud's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for so long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The truth culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGillicud.
Mr. Naruto,
that horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and that sham evidence to prove his innocence. Thoughts, how could I have let them happen?
Dots. You know, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGillicud was innocent?
No, not for 1 second. Thoughts. I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
Dots. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a very valuable lesson.
You mean Kazuma-sama?
Kazuma! my god, you guys remember?
We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what's the truth and what's a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have.
Unwavering belief.
Only when we believe in what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you unwaveringly.
Thoughts. What's funny, Gina? Cool. Sounds like this Empire Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft.
Dots.
Well, come on. The mess has got you in, believing in that big bug trotter.
Yes, I inadvertently helped the murderer walk free.
Tuts. Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Always someone stabs you in the back at the end.
It's my job.
So, as soon as you let your guard down, you had it. Take a leaf out of my book. You believe no one, get hurt by no one.
That's a not. Dots.
Gina, may I ask you something?
Oh no, Susato opened her mouth.
What? I just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? Thoughts? How many times do I have to say it? Rip him up and chuck him away? Are you really sure that's what you want? But that's what they want and all now, Mr. I'm a believer lawyer there.
Man, they're the worst. Dots.
Don't forget it was me in the trial 2 months ago. I let everyone up the garden path, did I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely.
Dots. If it was only Susato's decision, she would have ripped it up.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo,
A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel like I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I don't know, she's being a kind of a hoe.
I feel like, honestly,
I personally can't trust her, but as a lawyer, I have to trust her, don't I? Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial.
are you a bait?
Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth.
Thoughts? Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo, didn't you hear what I said before? I'm Bobo and liar. Fibs just rip off the tongue. I pulled the wolf over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why will you ever trust me now? I'll just go get it.
Dots.
Gina, I do understand why you chose to not put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People won't ever let you down.
It's true that I'm just a student of law and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience, but I can promise you this, whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side.
Dots. What would you expect me to say to that?
Oh,
Dots. Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial.
but will they give you up and let you down? It's okay. Never gonna run around and hurt you.
Well, I made her cry, but I didn't say goodbye yet.
It would be a shame to throw away after it's penned with your name so beautifully.
Do what you like. You Eastern look I don't know what you are, you get it, okay? You freaking Asians. Yay. I didn't talk about the representation in court dialogue. Gina taking herself to the back of her cell. She's never admitted, but I hope she's feeling better, relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Dots. Dots.
Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once! Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice.
Mr. Sato?
Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Someone who wasn't here before.
What? Hello? Blimey, you're sharp, eh?
Oh, blimey, you're sharp, eh?
What the hell are you doing?
Suppose you're using one of those mystic Japanese art like the art of stealth, which I don't say much about.
If anyone's being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Gracie!
Oh dear me, I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to stop you.
How long have you been listening in our conversation?
Good grief, listen in. No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That is all it is. Nothing untoward at all.
After hours? Is it that late already?
So then I humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-da, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye and bye-bye.
It's a lot of farewells. Not one of them appropriate for her ladyship.
Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency, the Supreme Court dealt with Sharpish, Lord Strongheart well.
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart?
Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, I'm off.
Alright, Gracie, if you have to. Let's chat soon.
Delighted, charmed, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure.
It's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. What was that, weirdo?
Gracie's so funny.
Well, funny!
He says such silly things.
Certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the people phoning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Guess it's time to go there and eavesdrop.
I must attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
Dots.
No, she's leaving tomorrow, though.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
And so our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling I had, me gnawing away in my insides. Tomorrow Susato-san will be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan.
Naruhodo-san, it's been very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted.
But what about you, Susato-san? This day's been more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All under the back news, her father had fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words.
Dots.
I wonder why it is. There's so many thoughts raging in my head like a storm. And yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean. I feel that too.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task.
It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. He managed to establish his office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm sorry, Susato-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts.
Thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something.
And what would that be?
Seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets.
And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complete patterns, illuminating their actions and motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets. And what is illuminated by is only a part of the whole story.
Thoughts.
What lies in the shadows? What do these facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all be clear, that all the facets will be illuminated and I finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruto-san.
I suppose that what matters is that we keep our eyes open, keep moving forward even if the way sometimes seems dark.
Thoughts. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months.
Aww!
You've grown so much.
Don't smile like that! That makes me like you. You're so odd. She's kind of cute too, I guess. She might be sassy as hell, but no. I'm sorry of what?
Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant.
What's that mean? What's that mean? Wait, she knows who we are, huh? She's seen us before we met, huh? What does that mean? Weirdo. Oh. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at
4 a.m. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not!
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial? Yes, I know, but...
Every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate.
God.
You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What's that? Huge bundle of documents.
My notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus.
The McGilded case.
It seems to me this case of Mr. Windybank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case. In many ways they are not completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you.
Dots. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting.
It was my pleasure. I can only hope that you will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina.
Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Hell, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say
She pulls a gun. Just kidding.
that I've been complete failure.
What? No. Well, not really. Nah. You've been Navi from Zelda, but like. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there.
Oh! Ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself.
Why are you acting like this, Susato? Stop hiding things from me.
Well, it's getting rather late.
Should we look at the evidence? So this is Susato's notes of the omnibus case. Victor found deceased in the last scheduled omnibus, stab wounded abdomen. Mason Milverton is the guy's name. How does she know the guy's name? East End of London. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitnesses. However, a surprise fourth witness resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Yeah.
It's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruto-san. I must finish packing my things in my room.
Susato-san,
I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night.
No! Wait! There's something I need to say. Hiya! No! Susato! What? What was that?
A secret technique of mine. Susato, shut down.
Shut down! YouTube's going to... You received the 3rd notification of the stream. Oh no. Yeah, I need to look up... I need to make the Twitch stuff. Twitch panels and all that. Hopefully Twitch's notifications are easy or work or something.
Dots. Please, I implore you.
Am my eyes getting blurry or something?
We have to voice our goodbyes. I won't be able to hold back my tears.
Oh, Susato, no! Susato-san! Is Naruto crying? Dots. Susato-san. I think maybe Naruto was crying. Oh. She might be a sassy bits, but she's still been with us. It's truly been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, learning the truth about that nemesis of the case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. Yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes from our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually my fatigue triumphed and I fell into a deep sleep. Dots. Even more dots. Another dots. The small hours at the hospital ward. What? I don't quite understand. Is this her luck? That's a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we've discussed. Who's talking? Is it Susato?
It's been an honor and pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Jones.
On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. Yeah, my dear madam.
Wait, what did he say? That he'll get everything ready? What was that mean? What's the secrets? Is it trial time? Yep. It's trial time.
When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets.
It's raining right now.
So began an even longer day than the last. One I will remember for the rest of my days.
Oh no. Something bad is gonna happen in this trial. God, Barok! Trial hype! Good morning, Gina.
Thoughts?
I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So I offended.
Sorry?
You know, her in the fancy dress. She has a name. Sasate or whatever you want to say it. I don't know.
Mrs. Sato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up.
Thoughts? You're alright with that, are ya?
But she had to go, you know. She kinda had to go. The battery's kinda low, but you stay as long as you can.
Forget about me if you like. Go off and see her off.
It's fine. Not as though Mrs. Sato and I will meet again one day.
Even so,
But you, Gina, you need to shut up and let me defend you. You only get one chance. This trials today is all we have. Well.
good morning, you two.
Oh, she brought the cat!
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we need to show support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Ah, Waggy!
Great way to show your support, Kitty.
That mama knows around. What all could it do? That reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Jindy?
Well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, I always take the good news first. Might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope Susie made her train to Dover, that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain's forecast is to subside this afternoon. So even if the train's delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, this is good news, isn't it? Okay, give her monkeys. I can't give her monkeys.
If only all good news cancel out the bad.
And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. See? How'd you like that? Well, I'm saying what I want, see what I can.
I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Runa will show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharge Diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Yes, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here.
Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can.
So this is the newspaper. So the front of the newspaper has the pawnbroker. But what about the back? Huh?
There's a sensational story lower down the front pages. Look,
Ministry.
Ministry Mo. Classified secrets may have been leaked from the Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has a finger on the pulse of the world news.
about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody go about doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I come up with 3 possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Rudo?
No, of course not. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Could be. Could be, though I hear Gracie running from pillar for the post at the moment.
Huh. Government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Interesting.
Pawnbroker perishes in pick-pass plunder. How awful is for Ginny, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger how?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Perhaps.
Protects the planet.
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great.
Government secrets, okay. Huh.
Obviously, I don't know what the Lord says he does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
Is it weird for me to bring a 10-year-old beside me, the lawyer, in trial, in a courtroom, with a judge and the prosecutor bottom once he's judging me, the jury's there? Not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, but to be honest, thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you.
Yeah, Iris.
Yes, Ginny?
Well, I was wondering, is all about Sholmes, the Effectiva, alright?
Yes, the operation was a great success. But Harry still hasn't come around yet.
What do you mean he hasn't come around? He clearly was talking to the freaking Susato yesterday. What did Herlock even say? Can we look at that? Oh, it's too late. It's too far. He's fully awake.
Eh? I asked a friend of mine in Scotland Yard to telegram as soon as he wakes up.
Sir Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. They're hiding something. He's helping them investigate something or something.
Oh, right.
Susato-san, no, Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Huh. What's going on? Counsel for the defense, the trial is about to start. Make your way to the courtroom.
It's time then.
Let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Bruno.
Is Barok the prosecutor? Poor Gina. She's trying to put a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learn anything from my great friend, it's that. Oh, Barok's here, Barok's here. And so is Iris. Is that Mr. First? Mr. First is one of the jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. Now I call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready. Lord Von Zeeks.
My lord.
Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from public prosecution service?
It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Probably.
Yes, and 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Some circumstances of which the court should be aware to lead this to erratic behavior. In what one might describe your former life 5 years past, you dealt with exclusively matters concerned with high echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel.
Don't. There are two types of people, a person I cannot abide. Firstly, the wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilda, who you...
The angle is lower. She's so tiny.
I guess they reaped 2 months ago.
Yes, I just managed to work that out, thank you, Mr. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I would never have defended him.
And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies to only effect betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponis!
What? What'd you say? What? Did he really just say that? Brother! What?
Barok! Don't start!
He means you now, Bruno.
I actually managed to work that out, thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about?
Dogs.
That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Ziek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Barok, don't start! Oh, an alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Van Zieks, you just outed yourself? Van Zieks, don't you start! Don't start with me! Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London malefactors.
Right. Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, your six have been selected random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Oh, that isn't Mr. First. Where is the lady again? Wait! What the hell? Hold a second. Hold up a second. First, we have Lunatone. Lunatone's back as a juror. We have the maid from before, from the first case. Wait, she was in the first case. With the Mr. McGilded, right? And so is the lady with the glasses? Isn't the guy... Okay, so wait, we have the Lunatone. We have the maid from the first case. Well, it looks like she was in that picture as well. But I don't know who the hell that third guy is. The fourth one, isn't that Santa Claus from literally the last case? And then... No, it was from the Santa Claus is from the Lunatone thing, whatever. And then we got the old lady from the first case as well. And then isn't that the assassin? Or the whatever that's Mr. Villain. His name is like Villain or something. From the newspaper from the second case. So in the second case with Kazuma in the newspaper, there's a Russian like a evil boss or whatever. That's straight up the guy. He has a rat on him. What the hell? Okay, what kind of jury is this?
Former Lieutenant of the British Army. Here, don't you know, chaps like me were born yet. Born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, clean conscience. His lordship motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Ew! Oh wait, he's the cross-eyed man. Wow. Everything will be stereoscoping in the future. Absolutely everything. I'm ready for it.
I don't understand that I can't left it in there. It's not possible. But could I?
Ew. What? Did they just change jobs? What's going on? He became a doctor and now she's not using a typewriter anymore. She's using a... What the f is that? What the hell is happening?
Woman indispensable in society. Stop.
Beep, 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 beep. That's what she sounds like. And this is the villain from the freaking newspaper. He's a rat.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Look at that rat! The juror is really the freaking mouse. Dots. Morse code, yeah. They're the Morse code. The beep beep beep.
Is something wrong, Reno?
Oh, not exactly. It's just I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Who's the guy with the stereoscope? Have you seen him before?
Really? Funny coincidences do happen from time to time, don't they?
It's quite strange. The jurors are
They're quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random.
I don't think these ones were chosen at random.
You know.
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. They're biased. They're biased against me, aren't they? The jurors? You really thought the jester dude would be sitting there arguing he'll be a juror? Yeah, what happened to him and the other guy he was fighting with, the jester guy? I don't know where he went. He and the jester guy didn't even have anything to do with the case that they appeared in. They didn't have anything to do with Soseki. Jury bias against you, for sure. Need that woman to relay a message to Van in Morse code. Don't be racist. My Lord Von Zinks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. It's against us, isn't it? It's biased. Does he know? Did he set this up, or does he know? Or does he not know? They would be biased against me, right? As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there's never been more self-evident case of a cold-blooded murder. Watch him be on it, right? The only weird thing about that would be that he doesn't really like the jury. He hates the jury because he thinks that the jury, obviously he hasn't explicitly said it, but he clearly thinks that the jury is a stupid idea because people are so easily swayed by emotions, and he even calls the jury stupid and all that. So I can't really see him working with the jury, but I can see it if it was under instructions by a higher government figure, aka Mr. Strongheart, Lord Strongheart. Weird. And again, like they even pointed out again that Bardo doesn't take high profile cases, doesn't take anything but high profile cases. The victim, Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot dead from behind and died instantly. He was shot from behind, which, let's imagine this scenario. Let's say she broke in somehow. She got in somehow. So there must be another entrance other than the main door of the storeroom. She broke in. Windybank was like, the hell's that? He went in the room. And then he got shot from the back, but he's looking at Gina at the front because she's in the back of the room. So his back is towards the small window of the door. Whoever shot him for real must have shot him through the window of the door. Because I was able to open the window of the door. You have to charge now, possibly back later. Please, alright. The prosecution presents this photographic proof of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. Indeedy. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man, resulting in the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states the bullet entered on the rising diagonal trajectory. A rising diagonal trajectory. So it was from behind, but they were lower on the floor. What's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh, dude!
The prosecution wishes to present autopsy report and crime scene as photographic evidence, my lord.
Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them over to the bailiff, please. There are no other signs of trauma.
Now I ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where they kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room.
A windowless room, there's a small little door, I guess.
A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop, was found locked. With this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused.
Thoughts?
May further interest the court to know when the accused was discovered at the scene. She had in her hand the gun to fire the fatal bullet.
Oh, well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl pickpocket anyway?
She's one of those filthy drunks that lives in the slum of the East End.
Well, it's only about time she got blood on her hands and... What are the juries waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell! We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive.
My learned Nipponese friend.
Yeah. What? I'm Japanese. What you want?
It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case.
Gah.
Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Good gracious.
After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpocket, a cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
Thoughts?
The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them over to the bailiff, please, Lord 16.
At once, my lord.
Oh my god, so many evidence to look at. Okay, let's look at all this evidence.
This isn't good.
Oh jeez. Okay, here we go. Autopsy report. Details of the victim: Paul Windybank, male. Death from Baker Street. Time of death 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party B. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Post-mortem findings: a single bullet in the upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from posterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back in a gently rising trajectory. Okay. Here's the photograph of the crime scene. Alright. Wait, this is single. Okay. A plan of Windybank's brokerage scene of the crime shows the relative positions from the main shop to the clear store. Okay, but there's a window here, a little door on the window and door. This... Okay. The gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank. Gina was holding when she was found unconscious, signs of a single discharge. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty though.
Mr. Windybank always keeps his gun on hand to his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right, to keep all the pawn articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired last night. The poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe?
Thoughts? I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno.
I think that's because it has.
Oh jeez. Let us begin.
He took that off straight away. He's ready. He usually keeps it on for a little bit. Holy my god, what the hell's happening? This is so... Something's fishy about this trial right now. And Barok knows something. The juries know something. Susato knows something. And Herlock knows something. Because Herlock's fully awake. And he's pretending to be asleep. And, well, he's not pretending to be asleep. Scotland Yard's hiding him. Scotland Yard is working on something. And it's hella fishy.
Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Van Windybank on the 16th of April of this year.
What the hell is that? I thought they were gonna be the jester. Where's the jester? How ironic you're fishing right now. Where's the jester and the other guy? Excuse me?
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
What is an apple and a pear? Y'all, ew, yuck. He looks like a blobfish. Nice skeleton. Oh my god, I didn't read it. Name's not skeleton. Occupation is buddy. Professional buddy. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupations are cyber team. It's the Mario Brothers! It is Mario. That's how they sound like now. Her name's Ringo Skulkin. It's a me, Ringo Skulkin. Operation. Same as I am.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
Mario, and Luigi Mario, exactly. Oh yeah. We kinda had Luigi already. But this is a British Luigi. Oh yeah. That's right. We're what they call. Oh no. The three Skulking brothers. What? Wait. Dots.
Why are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me with you lot.
Go blimey.
Let's go.
Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older brother, bruv. We lost contact with him, we have. We're scouring in every shady corner of the capital. And last night, we come across you. Very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? Are they brothers for real? What if they are? Ain't that right, Ringo? That's not it is. It's a very spit of him. That's just McGilda. No way. We decided then. No, because we got what? So we decided, Diane, and what we was gonna do. We was gonna kill ya. You. Big bro sulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky, skulking. That's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
Begging your pardon, my lord, my name's Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you're doing in the witness stand.
The Skulking brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Oh, thieves are they? These three?
No, my lord, begging your pardon, but don't lump me with this lot. 2 nights ago, the two brothers illegally entered the establishment with intent to burgle. In the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you meant to say an extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed the proprietor's murder.
Oh my god, he's on a freaking box. Oh, that ain't a room!
Various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the near future.
With your lordship's permission, I like to remind you to start to keep this gentleman on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector! Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to! Captain Skulkin's never skulking. Sulkin.
Get over it!
They do have the same hair. My god, they can't even... What is this? Who made them?
We was walking now Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see?
It was some kind of sign, making first to go in, it was.
But once we got inside, called blimey, lummy, we had a gunshot from the back room.
We went in to see what, but the door was locked from the inside.
There was nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Hey, no! Do the Mario. Swing your arm from side to side. Oh wait, is that from the live action Mario? What a terrible coincidence it was saying. The precise moment these miscreants entered the property, it was an even more sinister crime was afoot.
In the witness testimony, the witness testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door provided access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please.
Dots.
Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Bruno?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies told by the pair in the stand.
They shot Herlock, by the way. Didn't they? I know it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. Wait, maybe we can do the memory thing again, like the remember or whatever. Like remember from the first case, I had to remember that there was blood on the freaking meat. So now we have to remember that they shot Herlock. I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. I'm a witness too. They should investigate me, you know. A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that.
It was, Nash. It was. He says that's right, bruv.
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
It's from the Super Mario Super Show credits.
Yes, Mr. Windbag always used to leave his gun lying around in the car.
Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windbag always said he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Wow! Wow! Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door that's of the storeroom.
God, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by.
And the door was being hidden behind a gate in a hole. Man, this freaking text, man. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, should think.
Well, your turn to rabbit Ringo.
Oh well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond to one or two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Nipponese friend. It was seen is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward at night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe you all understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story?
Well, it was bedtime as soon as we were, weren't it?
It was nice, it was. Didn't have time to pull me dukes out me losing lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you left nice and quietly, you say?
That's right, Governor. We not feel more than we are. Not that we hate more than violence. Peace, love, and nibblers. We are not burglars.
We are nice, we are. Never put me dukes out we Lucy lockets. So you clearly like us to believe. Eh, come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else?
Did you not fire a gun at that person?
Signs a lie, they fired a gun, you say?
Blimey, Governor.
You ain't telling us. It was you in the doorway. It was. Why the bleeding order? Did you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And you fled the scene. You fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. You got a new villain. It was Lobo. Oh, I love Lobo. I'm slowly making my rush. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes. I did hear that actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes is beyond pale.
On that night in question, these pair were arrested by police within minutes of discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance properly gave them away.
Hee hee! You saw your arch enemy on the next ticket before Lobo. Yeah, I'm still waiting for somebody to move. Nobody has had the bubble yet. So I'm waiting for someone to move.
When we searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of having been shot with fire from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm discovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say. The court will now hold this weapon as evidence.
Now, my lonely police friend.
Yes?
Here's you are successfully presenting the evidence.
Huh?
For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on the gun, and a single bullet is missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Well, I don't need evidence because I was there.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom will not. If the defense fails to provide evidence to support this rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windybanks that night? Yeah, the bullet hole in the calendar, which also lets see this gun. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of the 6 revolver 6 cylinders.
Which tells us that only a single shot was fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked through Windybank's door.
Gods, I'll make those brothers pay. I'll get my revenge.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence showed that this witness has unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker shop? The bullet, yeah.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth do you have there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do their job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you! You ho! What'd you say? What'd you say? Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
You claim to have the evidence in the court is demanding therein.
Yes, my lord.
No more darling then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves this witness has unloaded a firearm at the scene?
Take that!
What is that? Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windybank's pawnbrokers on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not see me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, your lordship. Notice the bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred 1 hour after midnight. This indicates that a separate shot had been fired. Some at the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes
This credible evidence that the witness did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah! All night in the courtroom. How does the prosecution stand, Mr. Lord Von Saints? Oh no. Ugh. Don't. If that's the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Jesus! But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy that it exposes. Yes, on one night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold bandits they claim to be, opened fire at the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add.
So he knew, did he? Von Zix knew their testimony would certainly expose the extent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you've helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what you refer, Lord Von Zix?
As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Windy Bank at all.
Oh, so that's it. They're missing! That's it! We have nothing to do with it. We did a dash, we didn't. You see them miss like all those high fives? That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder.
Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas?
Oh! We're in for it now, bro.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man's patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It appears of a photographic contraption.
Yes, your lordship has surmised. It is indeed a camera attached to the small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being, if a thief will break in the shop, he'll be caught red-handed.
The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. 9 p.m. 9:30 p.m.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say this camera's producer print every half hour. I'm afraid it fails to see how that would help in the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminals lingers, my lord.
Huh.
On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of a friar tuck, bruv. Lady loves the skull king. Yuck. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? It must have been around 1, right, bruv? It must have been, Dash. Must have been, yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Oh no! Come on, Gina! Good lord! Oh, is that 1 AM too? My god. It's the defendant! Miss Gina, let's try it! Goddamn. As the court can clearly see. Gina! The accused pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Coin! One can too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic footage as evidence if you please, counsel. Come on, Gina. Come on, Gina.
I don't believe it. Ginny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could have killed Mr. Windybank. Ah! Oi, 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 oi. Who said that? What the? Oh no.
Say, my lord, I wonder if I might put this at a word at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bally bullet to the knee in the May Battle of my wand. 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it all and forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, metal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman. And what's exactly your point? Is Lunatone? Yeah, it's Lunatone. The maid is from the first case with McGilded. The third one in the middle is some new guy who has like stereoscope things. The fourth one was like the Santa Claus guy who's now a doctor now apparently. And then the next one was the old lady with a typewriter before. Now she has a Morse code thing. And then the last one is straight up the Russian evil villain or whatever. His name was literally called Villain from the case with Kazuma in the newspaper.
Tired of battle after retirement, you see the battle of daily life if you like. Here I am now, leading this small quadrant. 6 men, all good and true. We'll go down together, mark my words. One for all and all for one.
What is this, My Hero? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
Dots, in a matter of speaking, yes. This is a guard of squadron position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here.
Statutes on the report of the court, man, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions too.
Jesus. I think you find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it there, I just wouldn't. In honesty, I actually can't remember. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky.
Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning on this matter. Announce your considered verdict to the court.
Guilty.
Oh no.
Guilty.
Oh no.
Guilty.
Oh no.
Guilty.
Oh no.
Guilty.
Ah!
Guilty.
Yeah! Stop! It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph, it must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Jimmy didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. I thought straight up he was gonna say, how Nipponese of you. This bitch. You refuse to admit defeat again. How Nipponese of you. Oh, freaking Nipponese. You freaking Nipponese. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Ready for action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
All the evidence clearly points to the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you will find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have left it in there, I should think there's more repercussions by now. In motherland, we never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent.
Brothers? I think he's thinking of the wrong trial. What's happening? Oh, no. Circumstances of the crime and evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, the lock from the inside, which is the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, a fatal revolver, refiring which heard by the witnesses.
Not to mention this print. Taken from a chap who's seen action in a battle. Gun goes pulling the verger pulling the trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. None of the jury statements made any sense. Or related at all.
All the evidence clearly points to the...
I think he's stuck on that.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see, again.
A mate's word is never done. No blemish.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The face is plural of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen. The scum of the earth!
Jesus Christ, you freaking privilege. A little harsh perhaps?
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slumps would have been spick and span eradicated.
Wow!
At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
That's right, I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Round's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Sholmes? A maid? Whoa. This maid already so much in your nerve. I would like to see Mr. Sholmes in a maid outfit.
It's quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our greatest detective.
That when they shoot, the detective was there. Minor detail was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for the shooting the great detective.
We're not talking about the brothers now! What exactly have you been muttering all about this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, like something like that.
Oh, so sorry. I think I probably will tell I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon that totally passed me by.
Well, of course, people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors, so no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of the medical science, real brains in the field.
This woman is so addicting to cleaning, that's her only personality trait. What is this you think you left behind?
Well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
What did he surely not?
Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly. No, of course I didn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing really.
That's one way of putting it, the other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern, seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up. I need to focus on trying to remember what I've sewn up somewhere elsewhere. Now I'm sure I made everything sure that everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. I don't know how that had nothing to do with this case.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary.
Dots. Da. I believe that was a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal.
Your words, not mine. Just wanted to point that out.
People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Beep 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 beep.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Beep. Write it down the sound station. Oh, forgive me for having my doubts.
To be treated like vicious criminal all the time is very, very painful. People do not realize. I have so much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals because of how they look.
The Skulking Brothers?
Duh, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they've done nothing wrong, that's all I can say.
The Skulking Brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I need to clear up straight away.
Tell me some.
Or tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Bruno?
These jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes, that's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew.
If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over.
We know Ginny would never shoot anyone.
So we need to find contradiction in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Well, I think it's juror number 2 and the Russian guy. And then another one. So let's save. You're back into hunting Cresselia. You're lost so far in this maze of Dynamite's adventures. Scum of the earth versus they are innocent?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself!
Oh my, what statement? Contradictory?
contradict, okay.
Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick.
I do not have stick. I have mouse.
As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene at the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear.
Abdomen.
Sir?
Sorry. My English is still learning.
Dots, you are telling the court you didn't hear.
Dots. Forgive me. I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you could say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker.
Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again?
Better write down. So, you are telling me these two brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing. But truth is they shot detective. Duh, this is double negative.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Lying is wrong! Especially when lie is said by person who look like criminal.
No, don't squeeze the rat, bro. Look at the rat go. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
This means when they said we'll never look nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
Enough! I trust no one now.
The poor mouse. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir.
I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid I won't be.
Yes, see through now, easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's hand recorder.
Ah,
If you compare the print and the pictures, Ginny, in the next print half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor? What? Whoop!
Calling on the prosecution. Oh, tut. Yo, tut.
hey Jeremy, how you doing? Be busy. That's alright, you got your own things, your own life. I like the pig and the heart shape in the picture. How you doing?
Tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Okay. Following this, the accused and the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. The print produced by half an hour later after the brothers' flight.
The lamp is broken. How's your day night been? It's been alright. It's alright. It's meh. It's good. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. I'm really enjoying the game though.
So these was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
That does seem to be the case. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing. That lamp is literally broken. You're high or what?
So brothers who look like criminals only tell one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good.
You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers has lied. I think it's very important to continue with trial.
Wow. You love all the voices. Thank you. I'll try my best. I slowly run out of voices. The good thing about this game is most of them are British, and we didn't use too many British voices in the other games.
Yay, well done, Reno. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I could use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still. I only convinced the Russian guy. I didn't convince the other lady. Coinly hand a newly photographic printed by a leaf as far as evidence. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. A fellow British peeps. So this is the print before, this is the print after. So the lamp, okay. So this is the print before. Okay, clock, paper, doll skull, scale, book, notes, paper. The lamp is broken in the next one. And the only difference is the lamp, I think. Just like they did with Galarian characters in Masters.
Oh, what the?
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
There's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. You think that you won't? You don't think you give any spoilers? Never even heard the game since this channel. Yeah, I was just it's a new game, so, and this game came out a few years ago in Japan, so. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it lucky guess. It never gets old. Seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes is extraordinary, captivating. It's the height of modernity. Yeah, we got some running errands before going downstairs. You would have been yes, sir. All good, all good. There's a Russian revolutionary in the jury, by the way, with a rat, of course. Oh yes, I think you find that stereoscope here is to stay. What the hell is that, juror? Yeah, they cross-eyed. The jury is suspicious, okay? Everybody is suspicious. For those who just joined in, everyone is suspicious. Something's wrong with this trial. I don't think the jurors were picked randomly. They were picked by hand. We have the Lunatone from the first case. 2 jurors are from the second case. The Santa Claus is from the previous case. And then you got the Russian guy. And Barack Banzing immediately took off his cloak. He didn't keep it on. Susato has left the building. Herlock is pretending to be asleep. Scotland Yard is hiding him. You don't like his face. Giving us new perspectives. If only you could see my face in stereoscope. We could only dream before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, if I might agree with you. The deck is stacked, yeah. Let's talk to Lunatone.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord. Mr. Garrett, aren't you? We must really stop meeting like this.
Dooks! Ah, you're the lawyer chap. Well, let's turn up for the books. Yes, rather turbulent time we had back there.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. But yeah, we haven't seen Eggert. Eggert has still escaped. we got our two brothers here. Bottle. I think we wrote a lot for you, didn't we?
Toots!
I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty on anything.
Toots! Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrett house was the talk of the town after the business. Lord just moved out. I couldn't get a badly soul to take up tendencies.
Oh.
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Germany yet. Bad enough the old girl's clapped up.
Whoa, clapped up.
Yes, can't be denied. You did rather a lot. Not for us, that's for Dashford. Quite certain.
I suppose not.
Course! There can be no suggestion that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really wish you paid more attention to the trial, less to the juror number 2.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Jones was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank.
I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir.
Sorry?
Whether it was the thieves or the pig purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion.
Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this mate's mind isn't going to be easy.
Bruno, it was one of those two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it?
Yes, without question.
Well, then I'll never forgive them.
Oh, Iris,
Perhaps you can use this mate statement to help us somehow, don't you think?
we already did. We already did that one. We've already convinced one of them. Okay, let's talk to the Morse code.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Beep 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 beep. Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Lord, Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Beep beep beep.
But now we have more in the electric telegram. We can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed makes my head hurt think about it.
You're well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
Just when I'm starting to catch up.
Radio transmission into the future. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop.
Right, try not to wear out your fingers. Whoa.
Beep 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 beep. Driving technology revolution. Stop. People say inventions like the stereoscope are hyper technology. What other people? I can't understand it. I really can't. Silly toys.
What? Yo.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? A juror number 3? Your face? Sorry to interrupt, but you're obviously fuming. But what? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you.
Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think he just might be yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh?
Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not use your eyes to look around the world around you with all 3 dimensions?
What a great way to appease the man.
I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are no practical use at all.
Dots? You just don't know. Pardon? I think you find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could use for view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What?
Have you got any, Bruno?
I do. Absolutely, I do. How about this print here? This should do the trick.
Take that!
Well then, juror number 3. Drama bomb. Are you saying you can do this with any two suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! You love that they're arguing on the jury? Dude, Barok hates us right now. Barok is like, I don't know why I'm here. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I will amaze you all.
Take that!
Take that! Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Windy Banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. When your brain merges the two images together inside your head, they notice the shifts as if they were that. Yes, exactly.
It's a small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that is really important.
So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway.
Oh. Ow! Of course! I see now, I see!
Oh? I think the young girl has discovered the secret.
I have! Yes! I have!
Iris, stop with your cross-eyed. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Ow! Have another look at these pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on!
Huh? Is it?
Can you see there's a really obvious difference between the...
Yeah, the lamp is broken. Hello? Of course there is. There's two people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimension.
Give it a go. To start with, you have to cross your eyes and try to make... I can't cross my eyes! Make the pictures overlap. Exactly. Will the game do it for me? Cause I can't cross my eyes. Secret? I've got a secret. Dots. Let's see, by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each overlap. Can the game do it for me? Because I can't see. Dots. Wait. The game won't do it for me? Did you manage to see it properly, Bruno? I saw the lamp being broken. You actually need to cross your eyes. I can't cross my eyes. Hold up. Do I actually have to cross my eyes for this? Why won't the game do it for me? Okay, let's look at this real quick. Well, obviously the lamp is broken. That's the thing that's the most obvious to me. Why is nobody pointing that out? What do I have to cross my eyes for? Anybody in the chat can cross the eyes? I can't cross my eyes. Wait, so what did it say? Focus on the pen? Yeah, I can do it. Why can't the game do it for me? I'm just gonna say I have. Well, one of the differences is obviously the lantern's completely broken. You can see, so on the left picture you can't see the window of the back storeroom door, but on the right picture you can see it. Focus on the pen. You got nothing but hit it from trying. Well, the only differences I can really see just from not crossing my eyes is obviously the lamp is freaking broken, and on the left one you can see the door's little window, but on the right one you can see it. The left one you can't see it. I'm just gonna say yes, I can see it and point out the freaking lantern. I don't know. If I say I don't see it, what will happen? I'm just not very good at this. That's the trouble.
Oh, don't worry. I just have just a thing.
Oh my gosh, she brought it with her. Why did you do it for me?
I happen to bring this with me. A stereoscope.
Dots, I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you had that contraption with you from the outset, you could have saved me from staring at Mr. Windingback and Gina like I hate them all the time.
If you remember, I said in reply, that is more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes.
Well, I can't.
Anyway, why don't we try using this helpful little aid now?
Thank you, please. Jesus.
Here goes.
What? They wanted me to focus on that? What? Why? No, I thought it was the door. Oh, nani? Dots. Now let's see what we've got. Wait, look at that. Look at what? Look at what? Look at what? The skull? I don't know. The dog? What? Look at what? Am I crazy? What did you want me to see? Ah! What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter, they sort of jump out at you. Oh my god! Barok 16 didn't want to cross his eyes either. Wait a second. Oh my god, they jump at you. But I know Barok's like the fuck. He don't know either the game is clearly playing down. Iris. Even Barok. Why didn't you cross-eye yourself? That'd be so funny. What's going on? Yes, that's it. You see? That's the other amazing powers of the stereoscope. Other amazing power?
There's something going on. I can't explain this black magic. Why do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that?
I think you find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question.
Basic principle of the stereoscope.
As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in positions that let you see the pictures three-dimensionally.
So the camera shifted. Is that what they're trying to say? Is that what this whole thing is all about? The camera was moved. Is that the whole point of this conversation? To tell us that somehow the camera moved slightly. That must be what this whole conversation is about.
In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved between the two pictures, it shows there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
The camera or the objects? Oh, it's not the camera that moved, it was that stack of items that moved. So that stack of items had moved at some point. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yes, that must have been.
So no, like, someone didn't move the camera, someone moved that stack of objects.
Wildfire has got a reasonable grasp of the situation cross-eyed business now. Why the devil has the shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, that was the answer, fellow. You were the cross-eyed master.
What, me? I haven't had the first idea.
You've been listening for everything and I'm like, is the jury for real? Are they on something?
Runa, it's quite simple.
It is?
Just think through it step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, at 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means...
That means sometime in the half an hour interval, someone tampered with the things on the counter.
Circus!
Someone tampered? Beep, 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 beep. Yes, we've had to go round in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the interceptual shift in the items. It's the brothers, right? The two brothers?
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, Skulkin brothers.
Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They say they did not even have time to pull Dukes and Lucy lockets. My phrase book said Dukes as meaning hands and Lucy lockets meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you're saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is common pickpurse after all. It's perfectly possible she went through the things on the test to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Mr. Straight's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing: the Skulking brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony.
Oh!
The accused is a pickpurse, gutter trash! Why would anyone look further in the wrongdoer here?
Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam, no better. In fact, worse than a pig purse.
Oh!
I believe these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Oh? The ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said.
Huh?
I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes art playthings. You've seen the extraordinary potential firsthand.
Hold on, they agree, stop. Must purchase after trial. Beep 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 beep, stop.
Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice, I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean do not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. By the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. You say that. Lord Von Zinks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court determines additional testimony from them.
Don't. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
I've won myself another chance to probe that pair around their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I prove that Gina is innocent. Whoa. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I think we have to pursue them now. I presume you had the defense's counsel's summation examination. Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. Skulkin. God blimey. This is gonna be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered the Windy Bank. Well, it was Bellam soon, wasn't it? It was nice, it was. Didn't even have a time to pull me dukes out of my Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. Your brothers. God blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items of the victim's counter. When I went down, so how'd you figure it out? Dots. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each line that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Whoa. And that, gentlemen, may be a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. I got a thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, girl. We here. We blab, we squeak, we peach.
Did he say we'll peach? Oh. Oh. You peach.
Alright. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't riffling or nothing. It was when we got short. See? It made us both jump and all the stuff went flying. Allow me, it didn't get me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it, scampered straight into him in the black. We wouldn't have showed the pawnbroker, see. We never even had a chance, did we? So you admitted the defense accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on that night in question. Oh, not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Dash, that's right. It's more like we tied it up, yeah?
Don't save my soul, Jesus Christ.
Sorry?
By their own admission, his brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having made their good first mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Dash, we don't. Can't make us sound a bit more cutthroat.
It can't just be coincidence that this man showed up at Windybank's last night.
There's more to this testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Well, you know, we aren't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Dash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China.
Excuse me? What'd you say?
We only land ourselves in even more trouble.
And in fact now, as a result of your lie in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourself in even more trouble.
Well,
That's rotten luck, says the rotten apple eater.
Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
we never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right? More like we tidied up the place.
Oh my god!
He said.
Barok is like, oh my fuck!
Boss, oh my, how is drunk? Oh, sorry.
Hold it!
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you know all those things off the counter.
Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves need to learn to keep his shirt on.
Excuse me? The peach she having out with the book. Oh, I'm having a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun. That was loud, alright. Blimey, Meg. My dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Whoa. Big bro here screamed like a blooming baby and fell over in the counter. You know, over about a lot of books, a candlestick, a skull and whatnot. That got tangled up in some marionette. We what knocked over in the picture frame. We knocked him at scales on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket! Big Granny would have been scared back into her grave clattering like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. It is some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse and then... What? Buy 'em! Excuse me? Excuse me? This is what he said. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with the scoundrels. Dots? No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react just now when Mr. Skulkin said, did it make you think of something?
Dots? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved until you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
Dots? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. Let's say when Gay gave us took a slightly different story to what to say now.
The bag of chips again, huh? Yeah. Hey, what's up, slime time? That's alright, no worries. You gotta take time for yourself. You know, if you can't be in the stream, that's fine. Things happen. You got to focus on your own life first. Ah! Oh!
Well, did it? You claim you heard the victim shout something before the gunshot.
Might have. Does it ring a bell now that you mention it?
Woo! Granted, it's a minor detail, but still, I can't help but feeling perhaps you might have been sloppy with your testimony, yeah, fellas?
If only this kind of witness testimony has been more than sloppy, it has hitherto proven to be, I shall force to bring the harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy.
We get it right this time.
That's it, Pip. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak!
Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable mind, sirs.
Hee. You're right, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me the gun!"
The bloke what owned the bloke what owned the place was holding a gun. So he shut up, fired instead of just yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windybank had the gun in his hands?
Oh yeah. But that was a sight. Them two waving them guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated.
Wait, they both had guns then? What are you talking about?
I mean, just before each out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot."
Didn't sound like that. Sound like it meant, but more like an empty threat, you say.
Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily pull a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course.
Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if allow me, misguided.
Well, he sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was going to shoot, he bit him to it, cooked his goose proper.
They're saying there's multiple guns. What the hell? But it squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me the gun!" And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot. It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me the gun! Ah! Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Yeah, the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done slap dash job tidying up the place.
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard a voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Garth, we did. Although, I suppose if you are being honest, we had kind of a wavery voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me the gun! Ah! Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could, from the other side of the door, behind the counter. It was from the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank. On my granny's life, of course it was! On his granny's life, of course it was. Don't you have this auntie brothers? So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nuts. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when the bloke in all the fancy cobblers giving us the evil eye? Dots. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life it is! On his granny's life it must be! It's a good job his granny's dead! You're not okay! Jesus Christ! To summarize, then immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you hear the gunshot. You hide it under your blanket, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counters, gathering them over the top floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up like good little boys. Anyway, I see it. Wait, he says the bloke that owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired. But, do I present the picture? Because clearly Gina's holding the gun and not the other way around.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Garv, you got the picture. Yes, she has, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Ah! Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time period prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, that's too right. The old geezer could have turned the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Wait, that was good though. We didn't get hurt, damage. Skulking's never skulking. What? That wasn't good enough? It was okay, but not good enough?
Objection.
Okay. Huh. That's it? That's the full extent of the testimony?
What is this, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Astrological thinker, you probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling though, with no proof to support it.
Feelings can be very logical sometimes. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take it all and your brain will quietly analyze the kind of feeling you like to describe. You concluded there's something suspicious about their testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think she's 10 years old, I must be 5.
Hold it! Hold it!
And why should we believe that? What got you through in it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor and the pawnbroker, Investi-egg. Correct? You got it, mister! Down to a T! So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Investi-egg? Is that really true, I wonder? Wait, give me the gun, but he was shot from the back, no? want to try the autopsy report.
Objection.
Wow. No, 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 no.
Hold it.
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun and Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh yeah, I was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put your gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, my mind went blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental alert, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something. They clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves anything, didn't it?
Hold it.
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? No, your life. He went deadly quiet after that. He did. Put the wind straight out, right up me. You. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? There's no way it was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. The tall one's acting sus, right? Ain't no way of knowing what's going on, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. There was! There's a freaking little door. Like through a keyhole or something, a spy hole perhaps. Doesn't ring no bells, doesn't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting down teeth when this game, see? But one day. I hate them. Really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right! We would have if we wanted to. What do I present? We stuck everything back, okay. So the evidence I presented just now was okay but not good enough? What sense does that make? It's okay to the point where they didn't deduct my health, but it wasn't proof, apparently. I just wanted proof that there was multiple guns or something.
Objection.
Short time prior to the victim's death. How come that one didn't deduct health? Weird. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun. He should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. case is kind of hard though. Final case, right? Okay, I'm a BRB. Just go to the toilet first, and then we'll refresh and think about this. Okay, back. Let's read what the hell they're saying. I'm glad that they're sticking with the British ways, but the sentences are kind of confusing me. Also, I have no idea what to present. What do I present? Okay, man. I feel like we got the sentence we need, but I have no idea which evidence they want. And it's so weird that the evidence that I tried didn't work. Like, it kind of worked, but not really. Did I press everything?
Hold it!
So I pressed this one already.
Hold it!
So this doesn't make sense because he was shot from the back. But I'm gonna try and present the photo. Wait. From the storeroom where the victim was dead. So they're very sure it was Windy Bank because they saw through the window, right? We both knew the sound. And they're saying that they don't know him.
Hold it!
Oops, I didn't mean to press that. Just before the gunshot, we heard, "Give me the gun!" Oh. Jeez. This is difficult. Let's see. Our band, the broker, the papers, the other ticket, the blood sample, the story. Our notes from 2 months ago, today's paper, the autopsy report. Post-mortem findings. Bullet entered the ball from the back. Okay. No other signs of trauma. The bloke was holding a gun. He should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. But he was the one that got shot! Right? No? Okay, let's try. So if he was holding the gun, why would he get shot? No?
Objection!
So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim Windybank was wielding a gun, is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You got a picture.
He asked no question. And yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description.
Yo, what? Gordon Bennett!
Can I Google that? Gordon Bennett. Gordon Bennett. A senior officer.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah, that more tool I used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me the gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there! Eh? If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, all you share, counsel.
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal in his final moments?
He was shot from the back!
Take that!
The juggler. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me the gun!" followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, the autopsy report clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah! So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, go! But, is it got all the truth? It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot last night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with his own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Oh, something like that might have slipped out. Oh. 1-6. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Not sure, man. Oh, God. Oh, they're in a courtroom. My God. Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to,
It would seem my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that the false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths in your original testimony with the renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. The truth is we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us.
He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you.
Bro, come on, the game's up. We have forgot us. In case it wasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. So someone's behind the scenes, huh? On the night in question, it's now apparent that you, the brothers, met face to face with the victim. I demand you testify again to explain the circumstances, or the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On the pain of death, I suggest you make yourself fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Hey, what's up, Stone? How you doing? I'm just chilling, playing this game. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff, and either side of the relief when the geezer showed its mug. Give me the gun, he bellowed, and he flew at us like we possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked over me over the counter, poured the gun on me, and then legged it through the door in the back room. Wait, what? What the hell are they talking about? We never had nothing until we killed him. That's all that happened, I swear. So now you're telling us, moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you might proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Alright, so we go inside the gap and Eva Cypher relieved. When the geezer heaved the Cypher relief.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank? Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. We never thought no one was gonna come out with a back room like that. Back room being the prawn brokery storeroom. They creep you out. They're so strange, I don't like them. That must be where it popped out from. The only place it could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when the brothers entered the premises.
Which means Gideon must have been there at some point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank to the storeroom with her at gunpoint, why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at the time? What? That Mortula? I couldn't tell you. No way, Cobalt. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Huh?
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling from the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, we were shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Oh, well, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at the time?
What? Was he ever? Blimey, lummy. A great ugly barrel he had. Pointed straight at me. Frontispiece. So what you're saying is that you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at the time, is that right? It is, Goff, it is. Spot on. And then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You clearly going all for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course you did. You know, over a lot of books, candlestick, some skull or whatnot. They got tangled in some marionette, whatnot, the picture frame, whatnot, the scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter? Well, Big Bro here went flying over the counter like a gunshot. I can tell you that the geezer pinned him. He did not, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button underneath the counter to activate it, which presumably pressed by the victim.
Just right when the brothers fled the scene and came back on the scene. Just straight, they ran into arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windybank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank? No, never. I was just, looking out for me, bruv, when it was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Shoved me away. He ran through that door and shot himself in. Dots, there's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Gibby was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him to force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again?
I have no idea. That is strange, isn't it?
So little inconsistency could be insignificant. It could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. They need to be locked up. They need to start making sense. The point is me and Brav here. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and the Brav here.
Hold it!
You say that you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Golf, nothing. No, old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Look, it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But there was a decent door that one, good and strong, we couldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Gah! Inside the storeroom, the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah! It wouldn't appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have shot Mr. Windybank? The brother, the tall one. Is this the 10th time they changed their story? Yes. Cause like, if he was walking to the storeroom, he could have shot the gun, right? I think the tall one. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Hey, what? What's the look for? From the moment you admitted you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question that we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank? It is believed that the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in a storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible question to who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect to 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? And namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Bruno?
Not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. Now it's time for clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the question posed by his lordship. Oh gosh. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate where that person could have fired the gun. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate where they would have fired the gun? Oh god. This is so difficult. Wait, let me read what the hell's happening. Okay, because what did he say? He said because he walked away back into the room. Here? I would imagine the victim was in the room and this guy was here. Like the guy was here, maybe? It would have been the older brother. Oh god, they put a dude there. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. Don't. And in answer to the second question. Why did they put it there? It makes it look real. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? This is so scary. Here, right? Like here? There is a window through the door.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Don't. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Is this real? Did I get it right? Looking at the stain of the blood from the storeroom, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which means he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where the shooter was. Where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I put my gun on him, and he legged it through that door in the back room. If Mr. Windybank ran away through the door, we would have to assume that the door was open at the time. Oh! It was precisely at that moment where the victim was fleeing for his life. that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Ah! Oh,
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
moving on to the final findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. So.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course, he would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body at an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank.
Objection!
Did the tiny one shoot the man? I think it is the brother, is the tall one. Cause the Windybank was like doing WWE style. He was wrestling a freaking tiny one, and then the tall one pointed his gun at Windybank to get him off his brother. So it was the green one, the tall one. I'm sure my learned friend hasn't forgotten. The storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. They could use... Wait, if it was locked from the inside, there's still the window, right? The window through the door. Can't they just open the window through the door, put their hand inside and lock it from the inside? So they shoot him. He dies. The girl's already unconscious. The girl, Gina, has been unconscious for somehow, maybe because of Windybank. Maybe Windybank freaking boxed her while she was trying to steal the freaking things or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe she was hiding there because... So maybe it could be this. Maybe the brothers came in. The store owner's like, dial. He says, okay, Gina, wait here for a second. Let me go see what's up. He sees the thieves. He pins the short one. The tall one points a gun. He runs away to the storeroom. The tall one shoots him in the back. He's dead. He freaking boxes Gina so she can be unconscious. He takes the store owner's gun and puts it and shoots it in the wall. No, he takes the store owner's gun and put it in Gina's head. Or he took out the bullet from the gun, put it in his gun. And then he closed the door, used the little door window to lock from the inside. Can they just be honest, legit taking the long way around? The only thing about that whole scenario is the number of bullets fired. Because his gun, only one bullet was fired. And the store owner's gun, one bullet was fired. But her lock was also shot, no? So... one bullet, so it would have been 2 bullets from his gun, but only 1 bullet was fired. You claim the victim was shot as he fled the room. Do you also claim his corpse was mysterious enough to turn the key in the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel, present your hypotheses to the court. In the scenario you just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim who was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door? Gina? I don't know why she would lock the door. So that they would lock the door so that they wouldn't get inside and kill her as well. Because she just saw this guy die.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time, the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered a sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Counsel? To protect herself, no? Ah, yes. Well, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the freaking door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
This 10-year-old be spitting facts, y'all in the courtroom. This 10-year-old be spitting facts. You're dumb or what? Can't hold out, can't do. Dude, I'm good. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. Odyssey, thank you for the Kanto Kairyu raid. Yes, thank you. Oh yes, obviously. Mel's Donalds, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Did Kanto get the shiny? Before the two brothers arrived, Mr. Straight and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Before anyone new, welcome in. We are playing some Great Ace Attorney. We'll be playing a lot of this week so that we can complete the other game as well. Kanto, how was your stream? Did you get the shiny? For anyone new, we'll be starting the stream on Twitch soon. But we usually shiny hunt, we play Animal Crossing, we do art streams. When we start our Twitch, I want to do 3D modeling streams as well to model our Pokemon, because we've been making Fakemon together as a group. We also play, we play Animal Crossing, and maybe more games in the future. The first thing you hear when you join, this 10-year-old with spit effects! Dude, literally, that 10-year-old girl, like a full-grown man, two full-grown men, one senior man, be thinking, oh, a gun was fired? Why would she lock the door? To protect herself? Said the 10-year-old. Oh my god. You're gonna get your chalky milk and go to bed? Alright, enjoy your milk and get some rest. Resto besto. But yeah, subscribe to Kanto. Thank you for the raid. Now, I don't know. We also do voices for the character, by the way. Yeah, there's a few games I'm looking to get in the future to play on the future streams. Exclamation Twitch if you wanna follow the Twitch. I'll probably start streaming there around next week. At least like for other games. Ace Attorney will all be on here. Maybe I'll finish Ace Attorney first, then start streaming on Twitch. Now I don't know what went on between them at time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking in this shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. Why is he proud of that? If your theory is correct, they would have left the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. She's a 17-year-old girl. You don't think that the fully grown adult would tell her, okay, wait. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled through the storeroom, hoping to escape danger. Buy him! Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor as he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Ah! I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life. Go! But we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov. We ain't. You got to believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one. You shot Herlock. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Baroque is gonna mention the fact that only one bullet is missing from the gun that they own. I know it. There's only one logical conclusion here. And also the gun, the owner's gun, Mr. and Mr. Skulking, your brothers had every opportunity to be the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Yeah. Nyaga! Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't a pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all?
I should have known it was those three brothers.
Those three.
They look shady as the dance photos.
That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Oh no, they put that in red text. Orange, I mean.
You've done it. Surely you've...
Oh,
You didn't give a verdict or not.
An admirable effort, my lord friend.
God, what's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Von Zakes. I myself find the defense's argument more persuasive. Yes, he's drinking wine in a courtroom. Don't worry about it.
I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation.
This dude, I'ma throw hands, Von Zakes.
But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing. Conjuring tricks? What's this guy on about? It's called speaking.
Wait, what is this sentence?
But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here.
What the hell's that? What?
The hypotheses you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
The fact that the gun has only one bullet was shot and it was in the wall, right? Or something like that.
Do you mean to tell me you're unaware of the logic's failing?
I say, Lord Rodriguez, might an idea to explain this barley conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground?
The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is very simple to understand.
Yes, he just did that. He had to go FK, but you is back, you will lurk, alright? He brought wine to a trial, he gangster out, he brought the whole bottle. And he threw it on the fire, like not fire hazard at all. Yep, there it is.
Assuming you're not dim-witted enough to count bullets.
Yep, I knew it was coming.
By George! Count bullets!
Oh dear. He noticed then.
I raised you. Renosuke, get with it. Hey, welcome back. What's everyone talking about?
Counsel.
Yes, sir.
Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two bullets.
Correct. The first which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet early in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sherlock Holmes appears to have passed through his body to strike a calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skull King brother's revolver.
They are both revolver bullets.
The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend, you yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you're fine.
Then if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Sherlock Holmes,
Winnie Bang did not shot by the same gun stop. Only one bullet stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponish street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ugh! No! All that! Everybody shut your mouth, please! God, no! Everybody quiet! Oh my god, he flinged this freaking champagne bottle! That's a $500 bottle right there! With his 2 fingers, both guns use the same bullets. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, that they took the bullet from the owner's gun and put it in their gun. That's pretty smart for 2 idiots like that, so it's a bit strange. They are both revolvers, so they probably have the same bullet kind, or like that. They and the I think the thing that, you know, if this scenario was in current time, like current Phoenix Wright games, you can just check ballistic markings. But in this age, I think that the ballistic markings thing isn't gonna do anything because they haven't done that yet. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Sorry, child in the gallery. I just flung a bottle of wine into your mom's eyes. Lord Fonseca's! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Oh! Oh! The truth is the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. We can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. Ooh! Ooh! And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence that the prosecution wishes to present. Gah! The disc! I'll be taking whatever it is, Mr. McGillis, down to the yard. Thank you very much.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine. It is mine.
Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGillis has been taken into evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, McGillis. Music box disc.
Watch it. Watch the blood on the disc be purple. And they're like,
it's Mr. Mason's blood from 2 months ago. That music box disc. The music box, McGilda's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop to be pushed, no crime she would not commit. What's wrong with you? The court forgets the fact at its peril. Oh! I see. It would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. A grim testament to the defense. What the hell? Oh, there, he said. Lord Fonseca, sorry, Inspector Grayson? What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday, Scott, in the yard with the prosecution service, and I think I was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. It's too late now.
so whatever the secret is, whatever secret mission Gregson is on, Barrow isn't aware, right?
Barok has no idea the hell is going on. So Barok's not in on it. So at some point we're gonna be on Barok's side. Cause Barok's not in on whatever the hell's going on with Gregson and all. And probably his strong heart. Dots. What's this all about? Why the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Von Zix at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I'm the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted, thank you.
Uh-oh. Barok's... Ooh. The government's going to go after Barok at some point. Maybe that's why he wasn't around for 5 years. Maybe he was like in hiding or something.
The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff. Okay, let's look at it. Jesus, look at the amount of evidence we have. This is 3rd page.
Aruna, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
It's my time to shine again! Don't be waiting forever! Hold at this, Runo!
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash!
Alright. Whose blood? Whose blood? Whose blood? Is it green? Is it purple? It's green! Where was on that calendar?
A lovely bright shade again.
Dots. Wait, the color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it?
Aha! So it has the green blood, whoever's blood it is. And obviously it just belongs to McGilda. Is green McGilda's blood? That makes no sense. It couldn't be McGilda's blood, that makes no sense. McGilda's dead, right? Unless somehow he's not. He's straight up dead. He was burnt to ashes. But technically, there might have been no body. I don't know. Still looking, by the way, busy with food and stuff and the trip things. Hey.
The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case.
Look at him bowing. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once and all five for 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo!
My lord, whatever might say something at this point.
Indeed, Foreman.
Been stumbling around behind the fog of a bit, if the truth be told, but all of a sudden, the bell is obvious to me and my men only wanting for it.
Oh god. Oh no! Will we get a summation? Will we get a summation examination this time? Or is Varo gonna be like, you know what, shut up man. You freaking Nepalese. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Ah!
Guilty.
Oh!
Guilty.
Oh!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh!
The freaking...
No!
We have consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line! I wrote that for Hurley! Oh, how dare he uses it against us!
Don't worry, Iris, I don't think we're finished yet. there's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because of one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond my doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. I didn't even have to ask. Foreman, are you and the jurors ready?
General Squadron, that's right for ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have to determine the defendant to be guilty. Quoting her out like that. This little hoe. Wait, does that mean he reads the book? Or something? So does Varab read the books too? I wouldn't think he would read that book. I would think he freaking doesn't even care about her. They haven't met.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say.
Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Jesus Christ. When you call other people a different breed, that's a problem.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
Ew! Don't pull it like that. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. It's every which way you look at it, it was the pickpocket.
Oh, never imagined that simple operation would cause me so much grief.
The accused attempted the theft of the previous day. I can see, for I'm in for a busy day ahead.
What?
I am ballistics expert. I see many shootings, and there's nothing I do not know about guns.
It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I rather blow my over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when they fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I jolly well went hoodwinked. Well, no more.
The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean.
He's a prosecutor!
Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. What? Dots? That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Oof. Yes, my lord. Once a row, always a row. Just because Mr. Straight has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world?
No, I'm simply illustrating my point.
Oh,
Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous.
well, yes, you might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl's already shown she had it in her from the beginning. From before. She's clearly a criminal, so through and through. Can't deny it.
Von Zix, we already knew you're fruity. Oh my god. When you say she's shown it, she had it in her, are you referring to this?
Exactly. Tried to swipe it only a day earlier, huh? Or am I mistaken?
Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
Never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh yes, of course. Mr. Shones did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? Then he ordered every type of music box he could from across Europe.
We still don't know what tune he plays though, dude. But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
Mr. Gilda's disc could be a clue somehow. Perhaps we should examine it more. We already got the blood. We already have it. So if I understood correctly, you need two pictures, a left eye and a one slightly different right eye one. Exactly! When you see it in 3 dimensions like this. So if we have two bullets, I don't suppose you can use anything useful with them. I think you find, no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dark. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulking brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then Shirley is coming to focus now, isn't it? It's a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, simply had a... But the bullet has simply vanished from his stomach. It was quite inexplicable, don't you think?
Dots. I almost don't want to ask, but is this surgery you've been muttering about all this time you were operating on?
What was the fellow's name now? Hurlick? Herlock? Hairlock?
Herlock Sholmes by any chance? He's the this guy did surgery on Herlock?
Yes, good lord! It was Hairlock, fellow!
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight. If I remember correctly, they said he had been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened it up like a shot.
Poor Herlock.
But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine tooth comb, couldn't find a bullet anywhere. I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
Dots. I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes,
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. Clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet on the Skulking, or the bullet that the Skulking brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region and exited his body, lodged into the shop wall where the calendar is hanging by the door. I think you find it quite simple if you consider the problem three-dimensionally.
oh, who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying you checked his back?
Whoa. Of course I didn't. There wasn't a trace of injury. No sign of a bullet left the body at all.
What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion is that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I was slicing him up. I'm still not the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it?
Huh. Weird. Okay.
Can somebody explain how it happened? Somebody solve the mystery!
It almost as much as a mystery as how this jury was put together. Where's an expert when you need one? The expert's right here. A ballistics expert right here. Wait, give me a second. back.
Objection!
Hang on, these two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is spit jurors. These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is spit jurors against each other.
Oh, ballistic experts! Pity. P-I-T-T. Whoa.
On the night in question, Mr. Jones was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there were no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Jones' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Jones was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Nice to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling. Juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
Dots. I have been seen very similar situation in motherland. Ah! It was night. There was blizzard. There I was running along the mountain road in freezing cold. Okay? Golly, Jesus Christ. The snow was piling high on the side of the road, and it was very dangerous, narrow. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleighs. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind. I fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how you say, exit wound.
Then where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
What?
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece very sharp broke away from lung of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked like a bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. Ew. The solution. That is solution to mystery of disappearing bullets. Dots. Dots. But that doesn't answer the question at all!
Huh?
The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Ricochet bullet? Huh. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno? Where exactly was Shirley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach of some sort of this area.
Well, if that's precisely where he always wears his little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps his 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals he uses in his investigations.
What, really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Jones was wearing?
Oh, well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, if I remember. If I may. Not funsies. While I realize it's forbidden for the prosecution to interject during summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. I can go like grab it real quick if you want. Sorry? Well, I have his bag. I have Herlock's bag, you know? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Oh, thank goodness, I thought I was forgetful for a moment. Since then, it's been my safekeep along with other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well, while extreme unconventional during summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present its item in question with all speed. Bring forth Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Alright, just let me just go grab it real quick. Alright, here you go. The blue vial is broken. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes the night of the question. Look at that! One of the vials is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if a vial exploded. Explain it. So that night, the bullet from Skulkin's brother struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. Then what the... How many bullets are involved in this case? If one hit Herlock's pouch, one hit the wall, one hit the guy... It wasn't the brothers, it was somebody else. Somebody else had a gun. Somebody else was in that room. It was Eggert! It was the vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Ah! Wow! Yeah, so yeah, ricochet bullet, it ricocheted into the wall. Jesus Christ. Oh, so it bounced. It hit him and boing, hit the wall. Wow, Jesus Christ, my God. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it should appear one mystery has been solved at least. Oh, at least he wasn't actually shot. Though it has no bearing to the truth of this case. Duh! The bungling and burgling of brothers shot the detective. The accused shot pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ah! At least the mystery solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Duh, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Harry's pouch is not scruffy.
What the hell? Now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling out to alter opinion, huh? No, shut up! Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, it's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ronosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it. Alright, let's look at that pouch. Beep, beep. Boop, boop, beep, beep. Boop, boop, beep, beep. The pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting, one of the glass vials is smashed, and there's scotch marks around it. Wow. Wow! Whoa! That is busted. It's really scorched badly just here.
The scrap is broken, look.
This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
Wait, the bullet's still there! What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was, do you see?
Ah! That's Skulkin Brothers' bullet!
So there has been 3 guns. 3 guns were involved. Somebody else did it. It wasn't the brothers, it wasn't the girl. Oh my god! Bro! This guy! The other thing you thought it was the bullet traveled to another area on the body, then you realize it would be in a bad situation, yeah. The bullet never left, it was still there. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. What an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windybanks that night, which makes no sense with the 2 guns that we have. So that means that either a 3rd gun was used or somebody else was there that fired at the freaking calendar. But why? Why would they fire at a calendar? There is blood on the calendar. But the blood splatter doesn't really make sense. Weird. And it obviously wasn't there before. Weird. What the hell is happening? It would be an area, it would have been...
We found exactly what the juror was talking about. A 3rd bullet.
Time to press the juror, I think. Alright. Only 2 bullets were found at the scene. Hold
it!
You might have an idea of who the 3rd person is. Do you think it's Eggert? Mr. Eggert himself? Lego my ego? The clown. Oh god. Oh god, the jester's back. It's the number of bullets. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired. 2 guns were fired there and have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere which we aren't aware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene? Could that be possible? I can prove it! Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Take that! Here it is! Discovered it just now. Yes! On the night in question at Windybank's Brokery, another bullet was fired. Whoa! Have we heard him say hold it before? What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? You! Lil! Where did you find the bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulking brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. Van shot it. You frickin' Nipponese, he says. He's so quiet. He's so silent and reserved and quiet, and then he's like, "Oh, you frickin' Japanese fool!" That makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in the photographic print. Oh! 2 guns fired at the scene have already been submitted into court evidence as record as evidence. I mean, yes, that of Mr. Windybank belonging to the Skulking brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only single bullet had been fired from each. Ah! But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained. We cannot and must not pass judgment. Aga! I've never seen AGK. Order in a courtroom! Shut up, Von Zeeks! Oh! While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Some facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the defendant has been built. Ugh. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Jupiter!
What? Finally, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. He's losing his cool now. Oh no. He's gonna bring a whole freaking wine cellar. Witnesses? Governor! Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? I can't believe he's suspended. We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense this tedious preamble. Simply answer just one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of it, I can't.
Is it one of yours?
Go blimey! Go blimey, Gov! Go blimey, not a chance! Hey, thank you for the raid! Random person, thank you for the poly raid! Hidden Geigers, thank you for the poly raid! Twisted, thank you for the poly raid! The Polytoad fan raid! Xenon, thank you for the raid! Electro, thank you for the raid! And Godzilla, thank you for the raid! How was the stream, Polytoad fan? Thank you for putting the link. What was a Polytoad fan playing today? For anyone new, we play Ace Attorney now, and we do. Hey Twister, thank you for subscribing and clapping that preach. Yeah, we will be starting to stream on Twitch at some point soon, around next week probably. But we do Animal Crossing, we do art streams, we shiny hunt, and we'll probably play other games in the future. But yes. But how's your stream? Welcome in. I will be starting to stream on Twitch soon if you wanna follow me on Twitch. It exists at exclamation Twitch. But right now we are in a very tense moment in the game. We have found out there were not 2 bullets fired, but there's 3 bullets fired, but we only know of 2 guns who shot only 1 bullet each. But yeah, what were you streaming, Polytoad fan? I hope it was good. Make sure to check out Polytoad's channel. We do voices for the characters too. So if you love Khalil, you want to love Khalil? I don't know, Khalil. What? Never, the Skulky brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. A third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lobby! That's a Scratcher. It's Scratcher. Oh, you're hunting Torchic? Oh, Torchic! Oh my god, we've been hunting Torchic as well. So our current shiny hunt, we've taken a bit of a break from it, but once we get back to shiny hunting, we'll be doing Torchic in Ruby and Oshawott in White 2. That's our current hunt. Skulkin! I think we need another investigation day, Judge. I think we can't do anything. We need another investigation day. I don't know if they have days in this game. Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding the new developments. The third bullet and a mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice, I think. They had a third accomplice that's in charge of them because they have a boss. Cause they were told to keep their mouth shut. Looking for that fire chick, can't you see? The On that night at Windybank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man or woman. You never know. Okay, girls are crazy in this game, especially. Look at the first girl, Giselle. Look at her. Oh my God. Do you think Giselle and Eggert are related at some point? In some way, they're both blonde people. But that Russian girl was blonde too, so I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It's Eggert. It must have been Eggert, right? Eggert had a gun. Eggert literally had a gun, and he showed it in our face, and he ran away. He literally pointed a gun at us to get the disc. It's Eggert, man. These witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pig's will?
So what did you say to me? Yes, it is him.
These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations.
How can you endure another investigation day?
Yet in all that time there's been not a murmur of a third man, if this apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without this fantasy will be crushed.
We literally just found out that there's 3 bullets. Is that not evidence for you? What's she talking about? Definitely makes sense. It happened when Windy was pointing it at you know where. Yeah.
The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime.
There's that unknown blood stain.
Secondly,
Wait! We know it's his blood. So, I know this is confusing for anyone who didn't watch the previous episode. We met this blonde guy named Eggert Benedict. That's his fake name. We don't know his real name. He had a pimp stick and he is blonde and he's really weird. He's in the court record actually. I can show you guys. So this Eggert Benedict, I just remember what happened. We know the green blood is his blood. The blood on the disc is his. We were there when it happened. So he was trying to get the code because the code had the disc, and then he had the disc, and it's his blood, right? He cut himself on the disc because he was sharp or something. So it's his blood on that disc, right? And the green blood is the green blood is on the disc. It's also his blood. So the green blood is his blood. So the blood is the way that we prove there's a third person, and the blood is Eggert's blood. But the only thing is it'll be hard to find it because Eggert isn't his real name. Zani, AUB, how you doing?
Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of a person they're hiding?
Well, counsel.
Dots. I'm supposed to prove the existence of an accomplice, so reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, the defense?
I think we're ready. The blood and Eggert. Because I think that blood on the disc was his from... Ready! The defense is ready. I'm doing good, I'm just chilling. This case is really crazy, really weird.
I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to have something to say. WD. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me, even if it will make a difference. In that case, Counsel, I would ask you to present evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, because the blood only appeared on that day. Yeah. So we showed a picture with the bullet hole, the blood, okay. In the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there's a third intruder present at the scene?
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific! You claim that one of these blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder. Well, which one is it? What am I looking at here? There appears to be some kind of green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's bloodstain, my lord. Bloodstain? Green blood. Curious, but even for you, is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature. It's something developed by Sherlock Holmes. By the great detective! New invention, stop. Not yet appear in story, stop.
Is this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. This vulgar spray is a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. By seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension in the looking at that blood. Talking about blood in courtroom, stop. That exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. A striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Hold fire there, young man. Could this be some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which the Mr. Windybank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Egger! While the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, a third intruder in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity of the court is still awakening to hear. Eggert because of the disc. So I need to present Eggert and then the disc. You can't delay this any longer, my lord friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? This is so scary. We not even mentioned this man yet.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who the hell's that? He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon of the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing his article on double possession. That's right. Oh, the man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article of the defendant by force. I just remembered that this even happened just now. Broker? Oh yes, what, yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief just redeemed an article from you. Yes, sir. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
That's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you maestro. Needless to say.
Any music box disc 2? Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you comment on this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's what happened. Interest being, I asked Winterbank to print for a print showing the fellow.
They have a picture! They have his picture! Holy moly. They have his picture.
Take it from the red-handed recorded governors.
That's him! Talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning. Oh, but the head is like blocking, huh? You claim this man as the brother's accomplice. Well, Mr. Skulkin?
Never seen the geezer before in my life.
All my life, Guff, all my life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
Tots. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present the answer to the court then, counsel? This might be the last point for today's stream. Yes, my lord, the defense will present evidence now. Proof that the man in the picture photographic print was the fact in the person struck by the third bullet. It's the disc, right, with the blood. The disc has blood on it.
Take that!
Take the Bolster strikes again. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from the Winterbanks, which is then aforementioned by Agate Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession now. That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, the disc here. For you. Dots? Very well. I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine! Yeah!
Oh! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over the surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and resulting in the smear of blood visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom.
Using this, my trusty vulgar gun.
Yes, and we've added the results to this portfolio. I say!
It's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood on the ground the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Agate Benedict, who was in Winterbanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. There was someone else there! Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets! Oh, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here! My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Agate Benedict should be summoned to the court to testify. They won't be able to find him. They're gonna try and find him and they can't find him because that's not his real name. His name is his real initials are AG. That was on his pimp stick because he put his initial there for some reason. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone long enough now. This flagrant ignorance in the mechanics of law.
Dot! You like his beard? Mini Kinney? What's a Mini Kinney? The judge's law? Beard, I mean?
Sherlock Holmes, you see? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or something. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not to be fit to be called evidence.
But yo, how's it going? How's your day? Welcome in. Ha!
So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you, successfully proving that no other blood in the world could turn the same color.
Ah, well. Yeah!
Pray do not even think of suggesting we do take Sherlock, Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Ah! Is he right, Mr. Soames' concoction a little rubbish?
I don't know, I mean, he's a great detective.
It is better now that you see the lovely beard. How is you? I'm doing good, just chilling. I'm really enjoying this game. We're gonna play most of it this week and next week to finish up because I really want to know the story. Just the drama is real.
Dots, I knew it would come to this.
Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. He's flexible. Wow! Oh, put that leg up. He's used to spreading his legs. What? What? But what other choice did I have? Leg out. So shut it, Vaughn. Shut your mouth, but open your legs. This game looks so good. It's amazing. I love it. The previous case was a bit weird, but I love this one. The animations are so good in this game.
Huh. I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
Father, you, Iris. The animation is everything, literally, right?
About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination.
Ah,
In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
good grief! What did you just say, you 10-year-old girl? My God, this 10-year-old girl is more logical than me, like 60-year-old man, Barack Von Zeeks, a 30-year-old man, and you, Naruhodo. Did she just roast the judge, dude? Literally? Father Christmas, he does look like Santa with the red cape and all that. You thought it was the real voice acting is so good? No, thank you. I try my best.
In a summation examination, the decision is as to whether or not the trial continues. It's in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
Oh! Von Zix getting owned by this 10-year-old kid. High rule, high school. That's right. You, Naruto. Iris is the best.
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter.
Dude, Iris and Susato together will destroy Barok. Let's be real. They don't need me, Naruto.
Doesn't matter what certain people think of Hurley's invention. Certain people.
She stares at Barok.
At least not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? I'm 10.
Unbelievable! Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. The ultimate roast duo, literally, right? This one will say in the cutest voice, in like the cutest smile, how much of a loser Barok is, and Susato will literally just roast him without the smile. Which is scarier? Which of the two is even more terrifying?
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter, bam! Take that, Barack Van Dix, man.
After the shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd. Seriously? This is why I left for 5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks for your final leanings on this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's prison, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Ah,
Not guilty.
God.
Guilty.
Guilty.
This hoe!
Not guilty.
Huh. Okay. You eating so much cake. You like your friend Nightball? Got that cake. 2 called guilty, 4 not guilty. Such the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
She's 10 years old. She shouldn't even be in the courtroom.
Did she pass the bar? Literally, bar up on 6.
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to the real police work, they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
Baroque salty, he really is. Sorry, Baroque Von Ziggs, but it's what it is, man. You gotta deal with it, bro. I'm sorry. But the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue.
Oh! Oh! Oh my god. I should have quit. I should have quit long ago.
He said. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has a very reasonable request. The subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear it will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it! Just when I managed to prove the man was dead at night. Who's that? Who was that, please? Who spoke?
The hell? Who are you?
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5? What? What have you say, madam? If possible. Inspector.
Me, madam.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one which the gentleman was showed.
Take that, you Van Howen.
Alright, this one you mean of Mr. Benedict?
Dots. Dots? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
No! Good gracious, what the hell?
All I know, go freaking courtroom, Lady Justice. Juror number 5, how the hell, what on earth?
I'm a communications officer, stop.
As we can clearly see,
The gentleman in the photograph is stop. A communications officer, stop. He was in my office, stop.
yeah, what, mate?
Very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all managed to. The accomplice would be someone of a hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day whenever he gets up at night. Whatever he gets up to at night.
Yeah, I suppose that's it. That's why I felt something was all wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication centre, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Von Ziggs, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
Oh my god, alright, fine. I mean, as your lordship, it's... pack my bags! Gotta pack my bags! Go, let's go! Scotland Yard, let's go!
Recess for 1 hour. When a new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Watch him not be there.
Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about the event in the pawnbrokery on the day in the question. Come to my chambers during recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well, court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. It's weird that he specified that time. Oh my god. Do we end the stream here? Question him next week? And by next week, I mean like probably tomorrow or something. Do we keep going? I don't know. I feel like we should keep going a little bit. I don't know. 1:40, yeah, we have an hour. Let's see what's going on here first. Gina, how are you holding up?
Thoughts?
I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
Thoughts? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble, fighting so hard for the love of me?
What?
When you saw it, the picture.
What picture?
You mean this one? The photograph taken by Hurley's hand recorder?
Well, I didn't think.
You would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it.
Well, I won't pretend it's a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm innocent.
Dots. Of course I can. Something tells me we're close to finishing it. But that will also be a bit long. Yeah, we'll continue. We'll continue. Cause I feel like there's a chance they might not find him there. Or they find him because of his identity. I don't know. Cause it feels like there's so much more to this. The whole with Susato and everything. I don't think case number 5 is ending it just yet.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Eh?
Cause I think now if they bring him here, it's time to connect it to the 2 months ago case. Do you think he's the one that set it on fire?
Rena's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Thoughts? Alright then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Aris? That we had our chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out, went down to the street, to the one, in Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hounds of Baskerville. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, it's something that Sholmes don't like. Something we don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it with the bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke in Windybanks?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea that was gonna kick off, did I? I shut the lock, it's not inside. It's as dark as you like in there. I gave the old lamp counter a bit of a week. That's when.
What are you doing here?
Ah! I nearly died. I did! Next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what.
Oh, you're the girl who was here this afternoon. Didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mental script you got, have you got it here? They showed me a lot of papers with you, a story.
I beg your pardon?
The ounce of something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, old lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my clients.
I don't want it. What will I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sean's really important here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the alcove unlocked the storeroom door. We both went inside. And it was there, alright? The mantle script. Sheriff was lying after all. You did?
You did all that just to check for me, Guinea?
Anyway, and then there was a bit of a kick up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulking Brothers arrived on the scene, yeah?
Oh, the Skulking Brothers right on the scene, yes?
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, some burglars convention here that I don't know about.
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry.
Better go and take care of it. Could possibly have my gun back.
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstance.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out in the shop. Back in the storeroom, and he said, straining my ears in the dark, to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap, and I started thinking I should help, see? So I was just about to go out of the storeroom myself when...
Ooh. 2 shots.
I heard a couple shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then it was right at my feet. Lay face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you?
Yes, sir, I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must have been when you passed out, Gina.
Thoughts? If I had done what I done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, eh? All I said was if I kept telling lies, it makes it even worse for me. Thoughts?
You'll be alright, Jimmy. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Reno's about to pull the real culprit through the mill.
Thoughts? That cove, what was that in the afternoon? The egg and Benedict.
Ooh. Creepy.
I still remember how he looked at me, but I was nothing.
Ooh, creepy!
It was that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow.
Thoughts?
Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what?
You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Chitty.
Thoughts? Mr. Nera Edo.
Yes. Dude, give us the stink eye, bro. Dude, literally.
How can you trust me? I still don't get it.
Dots.
I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGill, we told you a pack of lies. And you got the bog trot off with him, even though it was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh,
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of the error in judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'll be on your side to the bitter end no matter what. You need a new pair of eyes.
but what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the whole. If you're,
Thoughts. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
you what?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances were pretty damning. I was sure no one would believe it. It wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Bruno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend.
The music!
Kurosake, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. I'm about to cry right now. Kazuma. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help but thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely.
Go.
But ah! But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. He had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you, so you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Thoughts?
Chulu!
Even though I'm a diver and a no good lawyer.
It's okay, I'm a lawyer too. Just kidding. Dots, you're not like McGilden. I know that.
That's fine. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris!
We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's all we really need to know.
exactly.
Mr. Narado.
No. Defendant and a legal representative! Get in the fucking courtroom now! Oh wait, he's here! Mr. Eggert. Wonder what's his real name. Soft boiled eggs. Of course, thank you.
I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. Alright, let's do this. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle of the first game. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too. She's not dead, partner! Is he here? Where is he? I hereby call this court to order to resume the trial of Miss Jaina Lestrade. Lord Von Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed his arrival. Gah! The rain! I see. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's pursuit of the case heard by the court this morning. Oh, he's not gonna make it here, is he? He's gonna get away. The rain. Brother's gonna freaking leave that carriage. Uh-oh, he seems dangerous. That sounds dangerous, Bunzigs. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood may at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods used as evidence in my courtroom.
Huh. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake!
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building! He's here! Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict, I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Where is he? Where is he? He's here! He's really here! Yuck! Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the court record. Ashley Grayson. His name is Ashley! Yo, Ashley! Ash and Grey. Ash Grey. Eggert Benedict. GTFO Eggert. 27. My god. Ashley Grayson, communications officer. Oh, Graydon. Oops.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station.
Now perhaps would somebody kindly explain what this is all about? It's Christoph all over again. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me being there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know. You're a joke! Eggert Benedict. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you on the oath. Oh, Jesus. Oh, gladly, my lord. Gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective homebrewed tincture can be hardly taken as serious evidence.
Despise you now, rotten egg! So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I'm dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice demands that the jury's will is upheld.
It would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following defense's cross-examination your involvement has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be on my way in time for afternoon tea. In some small consolation at least.
Giselle said the same thing, by the way. Gotta go for my tea break! Gotta go have tea with the professor! Let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So we meet again, Mr. Eggard Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? Dots. My apologies. You are? Ryonosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
We have met.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So? Whoa! Whoa! Yeah! Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. Ah! But I'm not holding your fleshy head while we do it. I mean, while we do.
He just straight up took off his hat.
Bruh. Naturally, I have the occasion of, okay.
Now you feel pain when a character gets a lot of focus. It means death.
By seriously suggesting I went there.
Have you seen these two men before?
This pair? No, don't associate with criminals.
Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggard Benedict.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway?
Don't start! Don't start!
Gah! Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation.
Where were you around 1 in the morning in the night in question, sir?
That is past the hour which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? Those.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend.
For you to appear under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Duh! You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more reasonable questions to the witness.
Whose idea was it to point a gun at someone?
Yuck.
Silent victory wiggle! Yeah! Ew!
Baruch 6, don't do that. The witness is fine.
Benedict's like, he had a gun! The inspector chased him down, didn't he? His victory wiggle, yuck. Jiggle the egg, yuck. He does look like an egg if his hair was more yellow.
Hold it!
So many non-PG names for the fake egg. Blood was found at the scene of the crime, no question of that. Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure the blood is mine? Could it be equally the blood of one of these two miscreants? Every individual's blood has slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shom's chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson. Who is the Shom's character anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well-renowned detective. Even you were unable to bring yourself to say the great detective. Sorry, I just can't admit it. A great detective, you say? Discuss! We're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Whoa. Oh. Oh my. Look at that. Look at this stick. Look at that stick, he says. Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hey, what, me? No, there's Mr. Skulkin next to you. Well, I had enough after here. How many times I gotta tell you? Yeah, yes, I know. You're not big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin! Hey, go blimey, governor. You what? You what? Nice move, Mr. I don't know your name. Pleasure to see you behind the bars. Yeah. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? At least this game doesn't have idiots who admit their crimes after doing it. What color was the bottle? The brown bottle, right? Oh. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Hey, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. Might have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest. Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much longer, it would open up the wound again, that's all. Open up the wound again, you say? What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna heal up yet. I was, well, you know, worried for him. And, what do you say about idiots who admit their crimes right after doing it? He literally was worried for Mr. Eggert himself because you're imagining that. Oh, here bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? That face. Oh, he's holding his shoulder. He's holding his hand. What you trying to hide, brother? What you trying to hide, my dude? Somehow, no way. Your comrade swear about you, seems. On account of your injured arm. Thus, my lord. Wow. I have no idea who this wretched, what these two wretches are talking about. Spoke you soon. Certainly, I don't be expected to answer anything related to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of that bullet hole in the wall, it was likely hit the upper arm or so. Or thereabouts. Thus, Perhaps you allow the court officials to examine your arm, sir. The left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. Notes. No, I refuse. What? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any evasion of my privacy. I've already said I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery, where this fellow was killed or whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. I hate how he speaks. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. My lord! The defense would like the last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's former testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Thoughts? Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the broking establishment where the man was killed. We literally have your picture, brother. That's how we even got you here in the first place. Where's the picture? Wait, do we have the picture of him? Do we press him?
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget I was there, Mr. Graydon. On the very afternoon of the incident. The disc. He probably will say this, not my lord. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to pawnbrokers. Currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
Yeah, we'll present the disc after this. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that right, you say? Is that right, he said? Excuse me? Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Yeah, come again, sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused, all were present as I recall.
And that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now.
Gregson? Excuse me? Gregson? Excuse me? What are you trying to pull?
I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What do you mean don't remember too clearly? You were about to arrest him! And then he spun away and ran away. This hoe. How dare you, Gregson? Betrayal! What? But you must...
I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
Is he high? What's wrong with him? What's going on here?
Gracie saw us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks.
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop in the afternoon in question. He pointed a gun at us. The inspector was literally there, witnessing all of this. At no point have I denied that fact. What? I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
That's...
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
Bruno.
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. It's because, yeah, it does have to do with the disc, you know. And Scotland Yard said they didn't want the disc to be evidence. Smells like blackmail. Something's up with that disc. Cause yeah, earlier when Barak was presenting the disc as evidence, the inspector stopped him, tried to stop him at least, and said that Scotland Yard didn't want that as evidence in anything. He's well aware the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley then. Seems to think the more he says, the better.
At least I managed to prize a little more info, thanks to the skulking brother. Good idea. Okay, let's present the
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. McGraden? Does? Why? Is it supposed to be something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn at Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously tried to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. This mofo! Never seen this before in my life. He even tried to pretend he even... What is he talking about? It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh yes, resulting from abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it off suffered minor lacerations. Lies, Grayson. He's literally BSing out his mouth. We were literally there, and why is the inspector covering for him? Oh. So, while the disc bears remnants of that skirmish in the form of smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Goodness gracious! Indeed it must. Mr. Graydon? You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with smear of blood on its disc. Oh! Dogs. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What's the meaning of that? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Oh, not in the courtroom! Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. It has Mr. McGill's name on it! Is there a crime in taking an item that you own out of the pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my little friend established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. Graydon's giving you cold rest vibes in terms of appearance. This kind of does with the white coat and the blonde hair and the creepiness. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Gregson, can you help? You were there! There's a note on the disc for Mr. McGillen. For McGillen. But the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilden, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. One and the same. Good Lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted? Dots? Yes, that's correct. Order! No way! Oh my god. Certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom ever again in my life. According to what Gina told us, this was placed in the pawn on the Filthy Night 2 months ago. McGilden gave himself instructions to deposit it at Windybanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, is it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilden's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilden, but it belongs to me. You see the resemblances, Golden? Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you wish, as you will observe. What was that? The communications officer has such such as myself commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that it was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot. The music box disc was in his pocket. And yet there's a note here that reads for McGilden. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. When I first met McGilden at a gentleman's club in the city, so rich people, sorry, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because Mr. McGilden threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means if we dig too deeply here, we're going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
So leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Straight lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in Sabellaris Rarius, her kind frequents. Rich people, man.
Objection!
The child is going crazy now. It's a 2%. Oh no! Mr. Straight did no such thing. Well, of course you take a stance. The girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilder's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense? You're not upset, you're not weird about by the fact he called you a font? I can't care with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing this way, is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
But perhaps you've seen something of value along the forfeited items?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Of value was brought in the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilder's disc.
Have you not been listening, man?
Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop than I. So I keep saying I had no reason to break in. Notes. So there was nothing Mr. McGilder's left in the shop. His box! His box! Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Well, now if you have some evidence, then I say let him have it! Dying to see the irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
The police were left after anything left behind. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Grader is lying in his testimony. So we'll try and present the box on that last statement. And by box, I mean the receipt, the ticket for that box. Because McGilder left two stuff in the thing. See, one for box, one for coat. So this is 10 shillings at 13 February, 9 PM. This one is 10:13 PM.
Objection!
This was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilder's instructions. You knew that you went there with the intention of attaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true.
What?
Mr. McGilder had another article in pawn at the Windybanks, and this is the second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh! There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilder in the Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh! Oh, there's a second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
An article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, seems to me.
Are you suggesting
I broke into pawnbrokery with these clowns? Don't say the word clowns! It's forbidden on this channel. In order to steal some trinket box? I believe there's some adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. Clowns! Their face never gets old. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument.
So that means for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, onesies?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What? Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one detective's security cameras.
Harry's red-handed recorders again!
For a group of people who question his chemical analysis, they really depend on these photographs. Learned friend, lol.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter, where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves, which the articles were placed on for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilder's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 9 and 13 April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves with forfeited items to the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident, at 11 p.m. on 15 April.
Look for a box, look for a box. There's a very nice box right there. There's 2 boxes here. There's a couple boxes here. There's a hat here. You know, there's the thinker, of course. There's another box here. There's a horse here. 1 small box. 1 small box. Don't tell me it's the thinker's chair. And the 1 small box, my foot.
The victim certainly had a very full shop when we were up here.
And here we have another print. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident.
Is something different? Is something different? Is anything different?
Wait! Stereoscope! We need the stereoscope! Stereoscope! And then it might be a box in a box. You stereoscope it, something must be different.
Oh, I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Put it in the stereoscope! I must say, the placing side by side leaves me cold. Cross your eyes, ho! Dear me, it's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, Scotland Yard would consider theft as one possible motive in this case.
I knew it!
We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector.
Have you put it through a stereoscope? That he'll be involved in the case, yeah?
Oh!
We counted every single item in these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
That's what you think. It is a small box. So it could be within the box. It could be hidden behind. All you did was take a picture.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Oh, your fantasy!
I don't believe it. If I could just show he's stolen Mr. McGilda's pawned box.
I might have been able to break him down at least. At last, break down!
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems, in fact, that on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. There could be some hidden discrepancy in these two prints somewhere.
Use a piece of evidence. I'm going for it. Not even saving. What's up, Roy? How's your day? Before I give my answer, I would like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. No, shh. Van Zix knows. He's like, don't tell me he's gonna bring out the fucking goggles.
Not entirely sure I follow.
Good.
Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Take that!
I like to use this device, my lord.
To view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Oh, better clean up that chair. You've caught the bug at last. You can't resist, can you? You got the cross-eyed compulsion. In Breath of the Wild, you be a guardian by showing random boomerang. Nice. I need to play Breath of the Wild. I haven't played in a while.
Juror number 3, what a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us.
Right, I see.
There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
Aha!
Dots. I wasn't sure at first, but
There's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
watch.
You must identify the location in the court. Are you blind? Indicate the precise discrepancy on which you speak.
Take that!
Take that! Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them.
Watch.
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. Yo, Nagito! How you doing? We are trying to find a man guilty. Both. Oh! We found the Zelda box. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. He didn't take the box. He took what's inside. You scared? Don't be.
Let me wait. Oh, shit! Oh my god!
Barok, you looking real. This is the dumbest he's ever looked. He's like,
Hold on, let me just. Holy! Oh my god. Unbelievable! I can't believe this.
seriously?
This is absurd.
You wanna learn this Korean song? It's so those glasses. Wow, yeah, it's a stereoscope. What Korean song? How's Ace Attorney going? It's going great. We have been doing a good job presenting evidence. Bara, I cannot take you seriously like this.
Oh my god.
A box where random Zelda comes out. By Dave, you're right! Oh my god! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGiller's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillen is in fact, yes, the very small box I just identified in the photographic prints? Way back home by Sean is such a sad song. No, no.
Objection!
Objection! Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Gah! So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply, nothing has changed.
That may be true, but alright, Mr. McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But that doesn't that fact it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. It's about his girlfriend who, oh no. Let me see. Yeah, I have no idea. Changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can it possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that it was moved. What was moved was a small box. Insert country action. It'd be a real shame if I didn't learn it. I don't know what's your country action. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
Don't. I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves and Windybanks as we speak. Turns you into a hillbilly. Oh hell! It'll be a real shame.
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be related to this case, this trial!
Anybody status plus camouflage a guardian stalker? The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zinks.
Bailiff! And Rain, get the freaking box! Now! Get the box!
Obtain the box and bring it back here with further examination. Von Zinks still has the bottle. What's happening? What the hell's going on? You don't have 100% natural one, but you, for one of the states in the US that's filled with country people, you don't like it? We should have report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zinks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponi specialty, it would seem.
What are you trying to say? I'm a ninja?
My learned friend has persisted the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness' intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilder from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us none of the articles have value to be worth selling in the first place.
Exactly! It would be absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. That's why we're investigating, you know?
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilder perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. In the trial, we was found not guilty. In the trial, in which established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
You got into gifted and talented program in your middle school? Hey, nice! You don't fool me! The champion's tunic. Ugh. The articles of this upstanding member society porn were entirely ordinary. Black overcoat happened to have a music disc in one of his pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept it even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? No, goodness, sir, Mr. McGillis was rich enough. He can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense how to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles poured by this fine citizen could have.
Ah! You saw leadership? You don't feel like you deserve it? Hey, I mean, if people put you in there, there's a reason. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the discs on the box are tangible in any way related to this case? Gotta see my files. Gotta see my case files.
Well, Dots.
What's the matter, Reno? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital piece of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character. We know that this is significant. Even if we don't know why. Small box the size of bread.
If we don't explain to the court at this point.
We have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. That's better than murder, though! I'll take it! That's her problem, that's her fault. Not my business.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Von Zix knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? Probably.
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry, what do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
God. Alright, the exact significance of these things that Mr. McGilda deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. Iris! Yes, hey yo, meows. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here?
I think if she's caught of perjury, as long as there's not more murderers on the streets, as long as she's not guilty of murder, you know, we have to have her testify, man. The truth will come out at some point. If it's not me, it'll be him. It'll be Barak. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. I want proposal, counsel. While the court awaits the arrival of McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to with various articles deposited at Windybank by Mr. McGilda, my lord. What's going on here? So our dear pickpocket friend, where is she? Gina is suspected of murdering this guy, but now we're trying to pinpoint this Ashley man. But we need her to talk about stuff about 2 months ago, the McGilded guy, because yeah, the items that are involved are McGilded's items. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you consider the implications of your testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own.
Yep, I have. Lord Von Zinks, would you care to explain that last remark? Yeah, he knows too.
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Thoughts? Okay, if you have no objection. The court will now hear the testimony of the defendant Gina Lestrade. Your witness is currently in stand. May step down until further notice. I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
Barak! Oh, Barak! 2 birds with 1 stone. I thought we were gonna have to talk to Gina, then we had to talk to him. It's gonna take so long. Now put them both together!
Thus, as you wish.
Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
Don't worry, Iris. I got you.
Also, Susato isn't here. She's in Japan. She's on the way. Brayden looks swagger. He is probably the murderer. He pointed a gun at us and everything. He tried to pretend that we did exist.
Thoughts?
The articles that Mr. McGilder had deposited in Whitneybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yeah, so I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. Way to streamline things, yeah. So that was back in Nippon, yeah, she said it was very suspicious. So a lot of suspicious things are happening, but no one's really addressing it. So Sato randomly had to go back to Japan on the orders of Lord Strongheart because her father's ill. So she's left. She went to see home, so Herlock got shot, kind of, not really. He got hospitalized, and they say he hasn't woken up yet. But we saw a little bit, Susato did go and see him, and he's fully awake. But Naruhodo and Iris don't know that he had woken up yet, but he's fully awake. And so that's weird also, and they're preparing something or whatever. And Gregson, the inspector, is also being very sus right now. He's being suspect because he keeps trying to not bring up the disc that we found in the coat. Because Barok tried to present it as evidence, and the inspector was like, no, wait. The Scotland Yard said don't do that. So there's some higher up thing, and it probably has to do with the legal foreign whatever things. The government. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden.
Thoughts?
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least.
Call me crazy, but what if Gina and Graydon are related somehow? Their hair looks similar, probably your inner foil hat talking. I think it's either that or Graydon and Giselle. Where is she? You know, where's Giselle? Is she gonna be in the game anymore? She's escaped, you know? I thought she was gonna be a big part of this game.
Now is your all again, the same players in that trial facing once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
I don't know, my Brittany's friend. Dots. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. Case number 1. No, case number 2. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus, running along London's winter streets. You be sleeping now, have a great dream. Good night. Have some sweet dreams. Go, go. Apart from the victim, there was one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect of the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight onto the carriage below. It was Mr. Straight whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mr. Straight was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Enjoy the publicity. Oh. It's already hot. It's already hot. I mean, Barok does want that hot evidence. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilder died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved until now. 2 months on. It is indeed the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither disc nor small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings.
Mr. Strayed,
Thoughts?
Will you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
Thoughts? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face the facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Barok! Don't be rude, she's 17! Way to make her feel bad. You be prosecuted and also you already suck, so too bad.
Thoughts? Judy, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Thoughts? Alright then. Otto?
It's the right choice, Judah.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it.
What does that mean? I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. Dude, that's literally me. However, it would appear that Mr. McGiller's porn articles and the extraordinary case of the omnibus harbors secrets of which we've been hitherto unaware. Thoughts? Say, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statement. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zig said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
The truth is that Michael Cove was in the cupboard of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me and the pair on the roof that went off to call the slots.
Hell yeah, let's go!
That's why Mr. McGillet slipped the driver some tin. The dude would run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing, to know what about what I seen or heard.
Good, great, this is outrageous! What you just told the court, it bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance that I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. Gilder's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. In great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies! Mr. McGill fellow was brought into the court just like a pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east, they were all in it together!
You're wrong, the lawyer. Mr. Narado, the lawyer, didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. The freaking Japanese man.
Here is to shove everyone to the... What an operation to get the man scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The light said to stop. Beep, 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 beep.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error in judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on his testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilder's porn articles must be brought to light.
Don't. Very well, my learned student friend.
Student friend? He's never called me that before. What happened to my Nipponese friend?
Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Narado.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. What the hell is this guy doing, by the way? You keep hearing porn. This,
Okay.
we can't see. What is he doing? I can't shift that side. As much as you want to stay until the end, fortunately you have to go. Not sure if you'll be around the streams tomorrow. TK, see you in 3 weeks. Hey, all good, no worries. Have a good night. He thinks he's back at the queues, he doesn't want to look at her. That's why you always integrally laugh when you hear the title, the show Pawn Stars. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing.
Oh wait, we can shift you. Hello? What's happening here? Excuse me? What's happening here? They be discussing on the side. Is he whispering? He and Gregson are in it together. They're hiding something. What are they doing? Why is the inspector working with this man? What the hell? Okay. Right? Jesus. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGilder was this cell passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me to say.
It's important that you tell us the truth now. Bruh moment. Like as if we cannot see. Can you imagine in the courtroom if Miss Lestrade in real life telling the story, telling her testimony, and at the side the other potential suspect with the inspector of the case is like, so like I wanna get lunch, baby. Like, what's happening? What's going on? Were Mr. McGilder and the victim acquaintances? We know they knew each other, though.
I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
I couldn't hear too well. If I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Anyway, they got louder and louder and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe. All of a sudden, I heard a noise, something like killing over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let an involuntary scream.
Yeah, it's what gave me away.
Hold it!
What's the disc you saw? This disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the curved line on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
Don't know, but McGilder picked it up pretty smartish. I sat at the curve with a knife in his belly, up on the disc, up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I seen. I had no one about this and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'll get stuck with a knife too. Now he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name, where I live, and all that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
That pawn shop.
Oh, the pawn shop obviously being Winterbank on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Von Zeitz.
McGilder took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Folded it up, got careful like and handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, the coat is what it's got to be worth a few bob.
Miss Gina was sure the disc was more than what Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling about him over the price about the afternoon at the pawnbroker. The pawnbroker, not the pawnbroker.
The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. Gilder flashed some brass in his face.
Whoa, he flashed his... McGilder flashed his brass in front of the driver?
It went running over the lip. Then the boat trucker called me and told me to come out of the drugs cabin.
Hold it!
Threatening you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scupper if I did exactly what he said.
which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, say it. There's only one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop, make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug to stop being forfeited. They gave me some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilvert have done such a thing? Depositing here his home overcoat with a pawnbroker before arrival of police makes no sense because there's blood on it. There will seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilvert had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Don'ts.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the copper showed up.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
He's really putting a fight for you, Bruno.
Yes, to thank her, she'll have to face the charge of perjury once this trial is over. I need to use the time now to get as much information out of her as possible.
Time to go for it. Press on every statement. Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Strange, isn't it? They've been whispering to each other the entire time.
Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the... Can I just pursue them now? Because they're hella sus. Occupying the seats of the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
Really wonder what they're whispering about? Yeah, for some reason the inspector is trying to cover for the guy for whatever reason.
They must have looked down the skylight as the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver put on the horses and come in me on the side.
Out of sight? Where?
But under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, 2 cows from the roof ran off to fetch the shops.
They're not listening to the testimony, huh?
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they're entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilvert, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there cause I was under the seat. I heard the cabin open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilvert and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened, stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop. Oh, we already did this one. Can I just pursue them now? Because, like, why are they not listening?
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Raiden and Mr. Inspector Gregson? Inspector, Mr. Graydon!
Oh my god! Robbie trying to give me a heart attack!
They're not even listening!
What's wrong with you?
You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about?
Discussion with this fella. Pull the other one, sunshine. Dude, we all saw, bro. we all have eyes, bro.
You think I got anything to talk with a shady jet like this? And I have nothing to say of this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. Man, get a room, bro. Y'all both. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Dots. Thank you, Mr. Straight. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe now we have reasonable understanding what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that the night 2 months ago when a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, a negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilder took what he wanted by force, at the expense of another man's life. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand as why yet. 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilder's coat and its contents were due to be forfeit.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cave died after its trial, I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own?
Well, why not? They're gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I got in? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Stride, it would appear Mr. McGilder was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got no clue. I reckon it must be a fair worth of brass. Probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking ain't no crime.
My lord, the evidence your lordship has requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh, the box! Wait, what should be like a music box? What should be a music box? What should be a freaking music box? The only music box that will play it properly. Watch it be a music box, bro. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilder 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that's a key piece of far-reaching puzzle. It might be like, that makes so much sense, yeah. Watch it be a freaking music box. The Tinker music box. The Tinker. There was a Tinker in the shop, but it wasn't the box that we're looking at. There is. That's a music box, right? There has to be a music. That's a music box for sure. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited by the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilder 2 months ago. So he deposited the code with the disc and the box that comes with. They can play it. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick! Let's open and see what's inside.
It's gorgeous. It's a music box! What is that? That's a music box, right? What is that? Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. I knew it! My glove is here, by the way, I'm not wearing it. What you gotta say about that, Graydon? What you gotta say about that, Graydon? We got a music box. This little hoe. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Detective Zari at it again. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc deposited at Windybanks at the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music disc to Mr. McGilda?
Thoughts?
Oh. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
This one. What's he doing? What are you doing? You're supposed to be on outside.
Wait, my lord!
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music disc and the marks are unrelated to this case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
The disc may very well be that motivated the culprit to, in this case, to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that is fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
Gregson, shut your mouth!
What does a communications officer do? Do you guys know? Is the communications officer related to the government in any way? Cause I think the juries mentioned it something related, right? What does a communications officer do? Communication officer. They write and distribute content for an organization's brand. Government? Government? No idea.
The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now, you can't. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest in here. But it's the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Go!
Communication officer write, distribute content. Do they work with the government? Because there's an article about leaked info. Thanks, Barok. Yo, Barok is on our side sometimes. So, article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Promotes things, in the 1800s.
No further delays. Play the disc. All right, let's listen. Let's listen.
It's Moscow. Do we translate this ourselves? Should we try and translate it ourselves? Well, it might be the Moscow in the original translation wouldn't make any sense, huh? Dots with Moscow.
What on F? What a jam! Everybody's like, the hell is this? Barok's the only one that's like, sounds pretty good to me. That's certainly not what I would call music. No. The jury member probably decided, yeah, the jury member that's doing Morse code is the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. This brother.
right here. Mr. Graydon. He's a communications officer, so does he understand Morse code immediately? This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken! It's not broken! Broken it can't be. It's Morse code! You're dumb! Obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers in little way of clues. Dots. Barok is like, I thought that sounded really good. Your evil laugh is coming out. Are you ready to move on, counsel? No! Barok, say something! Barok, you know, you understand. You know what's going on, right? Barok, you know, right? Say something. If I can't say it, you have to say it. It sounds as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. Find how to see any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, but I agree. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it, and it's making him appear extremely on edge. Barok, say something, oh my god! Please say something! If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! I wonder what happens if we translate it ourselves. I'm kind of curious. Wait, is there a Morse code translator? Morse. I'm just curious to see if it does translate to anything in this English version of the game. Oh gosh, this is very fast. This is very fast. Intelligence communication? Maybe. I can't even understand. I can't listen. Never mind. Wait, but I'm curious. You return. You couldn't resist. Welcome back. We're gonna try something for fun because we are just weird. Do. up, bird brain? How you doing? I know the game's probably gonna translate for us, but I'm curious to see if it translates to anything. I'm trying to listen, but I literally cannot focus. Wait. Okay, never mind. It might not translate to anything in the English version.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
Dots. The defense believe that the sound emanating from this music box is broken. It's not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. You think we're stupid? You think we're stupid, Grayson? Graydon, whatever your name is. He's like laughing. It's not supposed to be music. Oh no. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. Yeah, I think I heard you, Bruno.
Objection!
Gah! The sounds we're hearing weren't necessarily music. Now you've told us what they're not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are, to enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it'll be the death for your ill-formed argument.
He's laughing now, Graydon. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept the fact is purely foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Bruno? I've just examined the music box thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds producing have some significance that isn't musical. Yeah, it's Morse code! Dots! Ah! Could it be? Is this what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like I recently, in the past few hours even, have heard another sound very much like this one this music box makes.
Yes, Dots, yes, it's a very familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is the sound produced by this music is not in fact music at all, what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof that this latest wild speculation. Dots? Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, I'm gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is... Where's the juror? I can't find the juror. Wait, the evidence that explains the true nature of this music box is... I need the juror. Which one of these evidence helps us with the Morse code? Not this. Looks like you remember your whole probably knew. We need something in our evidence that can prove this. I'll sample blood. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds. The notes. That one. Shared with 3 eyewitnesses. The government's. There are no other signs of trauma. Gun, the floor plans, photograph of Gina, maybe present the disc. Okay, he will try. Yeah, because nothing here with us has anything to do with sound even, other than the disc, yeah. Oh no. the weak slap means that was wrong. Don't worry about it. I know it's Morse code. It's almost like some sort of code. The question is, how do I show that's related? Perhaps I should keep a good look through all the evidence. That's what I was trying to do.
You're gonna have a good look through the Chronicles too.
Okay. Wait, let's examine the disc. I can't examine it other than the blood. Something to do with Morse code? My armband. Let's see. Redemption code. Redemption for some. Wait. Redemption ticket over Mr. Mason's blood. True nature of the sounds. Let's see these notes again. Government secrets, which contains an article about leaked foreign agencies. Secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how are we doing that? That's the question. Perhaps this is what Strong I was talking about yesterday. I think it's this. Communications. He's a communications officer. Today's paper council. The headline: pawnbroker perishes in pick-pass plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. It has to be. No, my lord. This is also exposing the government, by the way. I hope you look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mail. Classified secrets may be leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. Presumably. So, are we ever gonna see the Jester, by the way? What happened to the Jester? I don't know why he was here. Maybe he'll be at that Crystal Tower, whatever. Presumably those transmissions are in the form of, because it seems like we're at the end of this case, right? Wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Was she translating? What is the matter? You told the court before that you worked the same communication station as Mr. Grayton, did you not? Yes, that's correct. That particular station you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Tell me, is this not very familiar, sir? Dots. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no one more perfect than a highly skilled communications officer! Are you suggesting the music box discs contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Hey! Oh, they're in the courtroom! But this is high treason, counsel! Deserving of capital punishment! Yeah, hang him! Sorry, very aggressive. But like, look at this fool! Put him to the freaking chair! Whichever you want, inject him with something. Just kidding. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and capital punishment? Also, those are words I half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, it was that very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill perished, and all the all-important discs lay unacclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because the disc had been discovered before it found its way out of the country. it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGillet would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Dodds, you think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought up by the defense. Dodds, delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Winterbank, that being most flagitious offense for which the law in this land sanctions is capital punishment. But a heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you bear in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Dodds.
Then let us proceed. You may. What the hell? Y'all are out. Y'all are out. You're not involved anymore. You need to go. You don't have to listen to him anymore. Put this man in jail. Then you don't have to listen to him anymore, and you can go to your own jail for being thieves, man. You gotta let us have a rabbit and poogie, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation, professional body. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Well, ain't buddies. We're selling enough to sell out with both of them. That's right. We want to call the three Skulkin brothers. Don'ts. Bad timing, fellas. Bad timing. Don't you have pipes to fix it? Princesses to save? Yeah. God, thank God they're not saying anything. Oh, phew, it's just Graydon, whatever. A mere communications officer couldn't. A mere communications officer? Wow. You were talking so highly of yourself just now. Yo! A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brick maker negotiating with McGillet anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Oh, all we done is break down the gaff the other night and tell he told us what to do. If we'd known with some dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Oh, they're snitching on him now. Didn't know he was their brother. Was that a reveal? He's not their brother. They just look the same. They apparently have another brother. And they're just like, I'm not your brother. We just look the same. Did he just snitch on him? Dots. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. O'Do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it now you admit to the crime? That night in question, did you indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, did you did as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon over there? Oops. We did, Gaff, we did! Stop! Y'all are so stupid. Quiet down, please. What did you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter! Getting mixed up with all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight up job. Oh, what about the old geese at the shop it was, eh? The poor old bloke didn't have the door, did he? Oh! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever this man say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Oh god. This might be the final testimony. Him trying to defend himself. This is the mechanism that turns the bombs and the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement is all thanks to the cone with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bombs. Usually the teeth on the cone are different lengths so that each one produces a different sound. But this cone is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bomb, the music will always make the same sound.
Never seen a music box like that before. It's strange. The music box only plays a single note. Yeah, weird. Yeah. Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal government official secrets. So this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work could never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Oh, stop, must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communications officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Grayson is the team leader.
That's fascinating. Dots, you can't lie when your own colleague is in the room, Graydon.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator, Stop. Currently in the presence of idle Stop.
So you have access to equipment used for confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? Transmissions are always made behind closed doors. They can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop! But say something, stop!
Oh my god.
Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communication team. He assists them in ensuring there's no errors in important international communications. He's received top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Tooth. Graydon is highly skilled.
Well, your idol would appreciate if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not. To anyone with a brain, they'd be blatant. To anyone with a brain, anybody could tell it was Moscow. Of course. Wait, what did he say? Surely it can't be my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch! He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
No, I don't need to know. A lesson here in court.
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by the music box, you only hear one tone, don't you know?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. It's not Morse code. What? Really shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before aspersions in the future. Wait, it's not Morse code? Oh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot in place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to play Morse code? Well, let's give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That is belief of the defense at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established to be Morse code. 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Was there no dots and dashes? Well, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Wait, let me look at that music box one more time just in case I missed something. So this is the same. What about this button over here? Oh!
What is this, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
You're right! Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it!
Alright, here goes. There's another one. There's another side!
There's another mover on the underside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play on this side?
I think so. It looks like 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked?
If you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time.
If I had 2 discs? Oh, got 2 discs. It appears the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Go! You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you prepare this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone? So it needs 2 discs. Have we seen a second disc? Use the cipher messages into Morse code. The thing is, we need a second one, yeah. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box?
This movement is like the other one. The coasters are all the same length.
So one side is the dots, one side is the long ones. This movement only produces a single tone like the other one. Yeah, so they're both okay.
Except the other, the length of the teeth isn't the same. The tone is the single tone produced by the movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single tone.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box they can play 2 tones.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? Oh. It appears, my lord, that 2 movements are linked together. One is dots, one is dashes, yeah. But have we seen a second disc? In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. and the sounds will both play at the same time. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claim.
Joe, of course. If my learned friend was able to present the court with a second disc, there would be another matter. Well,
I can't at the moment.
and may I remind the court that the witness has pointed out he's not the one with the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over disc on discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing to do with it whatsoever. Gah! Though it has holes, must I make the argument presented by the defense has much promise. Believe cross-examination should continue. Okay, the link between the Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Negotiant, you have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people still remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved in behind the scenes of all of this. Someone who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to a meeting with McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dot, dear me. You may have it in me for me, sir, but I assure you, I have nothing far more class than that. An old brickmaker from my artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Thus, if you have nothing more to add on the note, let us return to the witness testimony. Something to link him and Mr. Mason together. Something to link them together. Maybe the ticket. The ticket! The ticket with his blood on it was afterwards, after he already died. Because this is McGill, they have nothing to do with Mr. Graydon. Let's see, let's press this guy.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, eh? Silly me, thought it was popping over for after them all them years, but the road dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash.
Ash! Doors. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of buddies, you know. Let's say Graydon's an old China.
Sabin! Whoa. Is he like lifting up his own cheeks? What's happening here? Excuse me? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Yeah.
No, the other Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something seemed to cause you to react.
I was just remembering the old days.
Remembering the old days?
We used to have a good old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah.
With Ash? I mean, you look at him now, his fancy whistle and flute, we wouldn't call it, and you wouldn't call Adam and Eve. It was when we were younger, we were poor part of town, just like us. So he used to be poor with them. Spaghetti, ravioli. Spaghetti, ravioli. Is that so?
But we's always a leery one. He at the brains, he at the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what it never go through our heads. Go blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember
Milverton and Skulkin's run? No way. His name is Milverton? Uh-oh. Oh boy.
That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Is his real name Milverton? Because then we know the truth. Neither does your fruit.
Oi! The geezer asked us a question.
I'm not a geezer.
What are we answering?
We ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you your trip to memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony! My lord! Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information related to this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more, a skulkin's never skulkin'.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. God, that were them days. He used to be poor, and his name is Milverton. Okay. Let me just get to my notes over here and see that his name was Mason Milverton.
Objection!
No! Why? How is that a thing? Do I have to press it first? Oh my god, I had to press it first, don't I? I have to press it first? Okay, fine. Fine!
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly is that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme. We are going back when we was youngsters, but a bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh meat to the locals, that's what all of it's about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. Okay, this is it. This is how we go. So this business is just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Alright, I thought a clever cloaks like you would have worked that one out. It's...
Hold it.
Haha! Enough of this? How much longer are we expected to listen to this?
Objection.
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is that the only mention of the name Milverton you decide to interject? Because I will,
Everyone that appears up homes and that one came from.
yeah, this old man was struggling for money. His wife walked out with him.
She took the name Graydon then.
But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon ever since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of two thieves? Your communications officer attached to civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be very simple matter to indeed subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Oh! While it would appear Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once, you were born Ashley Milverton. God, his name is Ashley. Seriously, Egbert? Is that correct? Dots. Very well. Yes. Fine. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out extremely important. Dots. He knows. We're onto him. All of a sudden, we seem to be up on next in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk of interception of secret government messages is conjecture at this stage. Don't worry, we know. It was his dad. My god, your father, bro! Some link? Yeah, the parents. His dear son. Do I have to? Okay, now I have to present the notes.
Objection.
Boo! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try and hide your former name to the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is you had a reason to hide that name. Dots? Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have your notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we understand had been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Hold on. Sorry, I had to get food. Which is amazing. I didn't expect that. Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really will take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Oh. The truth is you've illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilda in collaboration with your father. Oh! What was that? Oh, yeah. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness have all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilden. Boy in the din of this music box domain. Yes, stealing information being sent in government communications and selling it to Mr. McGilden. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode the information. And as presumably a safety measure against the information falling in the wrong hands. Very effective one. I shouldn't have given any scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with Mr. McGilder went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilder managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared in the Windy Bank 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had pawned in place in there. Thoughts? But that attempt failed. Hey, what's up, Shays? Oh no! I hope you feel better soon. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other was never found. It's 9:15 p.m. What are you doing with your time? You're looking for intro presets? You're literally lazy AF? Dude, I feel that. This is me making 3D model. So the same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night of the that Mr. Winterbank was killed. No, physically, mentally, I feel you. But it'll be better soon, no worries. Even if it's mentally, I hope you feel better soon. Still the same, you know. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item alone, the music box. You need intro to make yourself look cool. As rather ingenious demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question naturally begs the answer is this: why was only 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was so desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Dots. Well, Mr. Graydon. Maybe not talk about that. Also, like, just don't put yourself in that position, you know? It's not your fault. Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Dots. refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Don't. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. There's a link to get the preset. Oh no, Herlock, look at him! Oh no! You don't want to raise a phone virus, is most of them? Your sadness increased. 1 struck the pouch of Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar of the wall shop of the shop, having pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? Thoughts. You got to know, be old China. Time to call it quits a croak, I reckon. Just don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Gah! Fine, I admitted it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid 10 guineas to accompany me. As you notice, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Oh, but that is all. I admit nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. My God is my witness. I shall recall nothing of the sort. Oh my god, typical. This link that can take you to the app itself, which is fine, but you want good intros. He's not going down without a fight, none that can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense is now established a crucial fact, which is we now know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from Skulkin's brother hit the pouch of Mr. Sholmes' waist. The bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Thoughts. That only leads to one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by a 3rd intruder. Goodness! Go! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr! The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
Now he's laughing. You little upstart. What you call me? You made a great mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Danganronpa flashbacks. As you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. He shot Windybanks? Probably, yeah. But did the thought ever cross your mind? You never considered the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? This entire case confuses. The possibility that I was there at the crime scene. I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting I saw it all? I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him? He's coming out with nonsense. What?
Even Bardock's like, oh my god, what the hell? Order in the courtroom! Well, it would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theoretical trial. Good, because I need to eat food. It's like 10:30, bro. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you're fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Dots? Graydon, you know that's cap. You don't want to go to school tomorrow because of every subject except band? Oh, I fully understand. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. My god! It never ends! You will explain to the court precisely what you saw. He's bullshitting! Like, this is BS. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. You know what? Gregson's gonna help him, isn't he? Gregson's gonna help him, isn't he? He has the help of Gregson. Gregson off the stand! While this ruffian was jostling with the broker, I was still at the entrance of the shop. You wanna play your drum? When the windbag threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, who shut himself in the storeroom. I could see it through the peephole, though. OMG. Accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safely. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked up and made my escape. What? Kind of BS. Good gracious, this is extraordinary testimony. No, it's stupid. What? None of that makes sense. Thus, you claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pull the trigger. Oh, yeah, you know this is good, right? Yeah, that's really good. Nothing lines up with any of the evidence. Order! Shut up! Isn't my intention to testify this way? But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Yeah, right, yeah, sure. You see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Peephole! Gregson, calm yourself. Yeah, it was a window, bro. It's a door window. God, the truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. I show the point. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black coat, overcoat the girl, pocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Peephole as the windows left your vocabulary. Mr. Hold up! If I count somehow to be harbor vestiges of blood, there will be conclusive evidence here. Well, it does have blood, but it's not his. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science. It's not amateurish detective dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
Nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
This is the part of the stream where the dirty-minded instincts kick in. But it's every part of the stream. Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven as they stand.
Ah!
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as basis of evidence. In Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. Oh no, they have luminol? We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Ow, I thought it was here. Yeah, he went to sleep. Also, I'm the one that started saying ow, by the way. The ow, ow! Yeah.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Kitty's coat. If they test it with their chemicals.
Oh help, you're right!
keep forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot!
We're all in pain. We go, ow! So good, we go, ow! That's not Mr. Windybank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Von Zakes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the result, the defense may cross-examine the cross-examination. Proceed to cross-examination. Once they find blood on their overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! Remember you knew a guy? Boys hate each other's guts. Your cross-examination! Of course, my lord. He just threw his wine into the fire. Yeah, he straight up used 2 fingers, picked up the wine bottle and threw it in the gallery. And he's like, sorry for throwing that in the gallery. Hitting the lady in the front, sorry. But if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh god, I hope this is the last one. This has to be the last thing, right? I mean, if you don't like each other, isn't it a good thing that you don't see him?
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed on the floor and counter 3 men were brawling. It's exactly that moment it happened. I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on straight the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly. So I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. You got a chance to say sorry after being so rude to him, honestly? Oh. It didn't quite strike home. When I put a gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And when he scalped through the door out back. At which point, what do you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him in the back of the shop. And what about his peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, I was surprised that the storeroom door had a solid door made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in the head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on in this peephole as well? Now lightly, Guff, nothing to see the sword of Guff. I doubt these buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes. Though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised a gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then what did you say next? Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, which only a single bullet had been fired. And we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that the bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl I had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet was from Windybank's gun, grazed my hand, but yes, the skulkers grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. But the broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. Gah! At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Thus.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, but what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it's solid with blood, that's for sure.
But that's not Mr. Winterback's blood, is it?
No, that's right, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
So annoying. If only they have some Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, unfortunately. We can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Why would you pick up the gun, you idiot? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? The direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. So I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole on the floor, on by my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? Couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, just in case more tragedies took place. Thoughts. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up. We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. It takes with a blooming mama sometimes. But I was hanging enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? Thus, you're like a bull at the gate, Sean. What the hell?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? Something wrong! You started strangling the guy! That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, it's Deezer with a ruling eh? What was going on just now? It was him! He grabbed me whistle! Why the blazes, he said? Did you mention the third gun when we got down the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. That flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. Can't be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gregson is sus as hell. Telling you, this D's give me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gracie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light. No matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be special case, Iris.
Anyway, this is definitely out of character.
Not.
What's your feeling, Bruno?
As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment.
But you had to find a way to break this man!
Quickly too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat of Gina was wearing.
It's a bit strange he's so sure about himself while seeing the blood splatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
But we know Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on?
All I know is that he's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable in evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can be test tubes too.
Never mind that, I had to find a real stark inconsistency in his testimony somewhere. I had to find it before the prosecution discovers the blood stain on Gina's coat.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when suddenly he appeared and flew with them. He already had a revolver in his hands. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I never been so scared of my life. All my life.
Yeah, we were just regular mild-mannered burglars. That's all. We didn't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. I presumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little brother, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I put the gun on the old fella. And soon made him a scalper.
The pair of you get something upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
My lord! Requesting your lost permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Oh no.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. No! I assume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord.
That's... Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. For the extent of stain, they appear to be result of splattering following a gunshot wound.
Gunshot wound, not stab wound.
And a report.
Goodness me. Goodness me. Wait, gunshot wound, not stab wound. Ew, brother. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No! The blood on the coat is not Mr. Windybank's! What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mason Milverton. The blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker on the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Is that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGill's innocence? Yet now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country.
Ah! But that was...
I call it a bold disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How to determine the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help onto that pop out. That can't be done. But we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, as a communications officer? Oh jeez.
I hid out Piroski for a starving boy, and he ran away crying.
What?
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
What Herlock?
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed.
This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accuser's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Ah! My lord!
It's been a long battle, this one.
Oh no, please don't tell me we had to do another salvation examination. This case is so long. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Run him in.
No, this cannot be.
Guilty.
Stop!
Guilty.
No.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
When it appears, ladies and gentlemen, the jury has reached an unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick his witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision equally successful.
Ah.
I don't believe it. After I come so far, how is it all unraveling of me so fast? Dots.
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Who's talking?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto?
What?
Mr. Naruto.
Wait, is that a look?
Officer?
You deliver the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurred to me it's a regular rarity, Mr. Naruto. The scientific truths are determined not by science, but none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Wait, what? Am I going mad? Ah!
Mr. Sholmes!
What's the meaning? I'm sorry.
You're all day in the courtroom! Dude, he just heard Barrow roast him.
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in a hospital.
Oh well, why would be if not set upon an errand?
What errand?
Hattie, it's really you. You're
Yes, good day, Iris. Rather be late to the ride, my apologies. Oh, looking good with that mustache. So, now, my lord, will you hear me? In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance to wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Von Zeeks? Arrest me, Herlock. I've been naughty. Ow! Please don't say Tommy. Oh, Tommy should have seen this. He loves uniforms. I mean, what? Don't. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having already spent so long already. Exactly, having spent more time already. We don't want to go waste more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ah! Very well then, counsel, have your 5 minutes. Take it. Hello! Oh my god, the gang! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Ah! Oh, I'm all wrong. So what? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear I may prove too much for me. Pray forgive should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Harry, this place is full of idiots! Now that I can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Now well, that concoction of mine really was just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. No side of mine.
Right.
Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? Susato-san. She gave us something. You got to go for the night, have a good one. Hope Herlock helps out. Yeah, I thought this case was gonna be over like an hour ago, like 2 hours ago. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? Wait, that was on her table.
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
Miss Susato.
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were instructions she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by both devious and underhanded. Is that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you wont to do, would find yourself in a considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you'll be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be?
Is that the cat thing? The cat doll?
What? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah!
What would the cat doll do for us?
Look, I used this, my latest invention.
What is that?
The cat flappomat. It can make a cat flap for little furry friend like Wacky in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
No, Susato. Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That's the night when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves. Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
No, not at all cryptic then. So Sato-san used this flapomat that night? Why? What? Allows guests to go. On that night? The night of the murder? Jesus.
Your 5 minutes is over.
Oh, we're out of time already?
I'm grateful to you affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, die is cast. Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
Dots? I wonder. Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord. Time to think is an option? I feel like it might be time to think. I don't think we need a summation examination now. What can I say? Let me look at this. A contraption. Holy moly, the spikes! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They made a special alloy developed for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so you can get through any kind of door in no time.
What are the two parts at the top there?
Those are for touching hinges on the section of the door that gets cut out.
Wait. She made the door window? No way!
Nothing can match the machine for power. Can make mincemeat of the toughest doors.
Dots. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that. It feels like the reality of the cat flappermat is a grim weapon of door destruction.
Oh, he's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him.
So that little window hole, she made that? So it wasn't there before. That's why this picture doesn't have the freaking square. It's not the perspective. You see how the door has a square now? Which is the little window. It was made after the crime. So Sato, why the hell did you say anything? But what do I ask for? Time to think? Cause if she made it after, there's no way you could have seen through any hole. It's no good. I need time to think.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruto?
Sorry?
What of Mr. Sato's greatest gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence let you go to waste?
I think we need to cross-examine the guy. I don't think it's about summation examination.
From a witness.
Yeah, I think we need to cross-examine him. Because if she made that afterward, there's no way he would have seen it. He couldn't have seen any crime happening.
Hold it!
further cross-examination or they do it for me.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for cross-examine of a new witness, rather to continue with one existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord,
Requesting your lordship to permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
Nobody can state anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. Man,
this is absurd.
don't. I will remind this president this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense. Whoa. Is entirely within its rights to request to continue the cross-examination. Whoa, what the hell? I will not permit unremitting protection of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity, including the cross-examination. God, counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony. That's too stressful. One piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press witnesses any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord. Think we're close, yup. One statement is all we need. So the cat thing, so she made the dog. I can't believe this.
Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Oh, no. Dude! Mr. Sholmes! Oh my, what is it? Oh, close up. Herlock brought us closer to the to stand so insolently before the curtain in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes.
Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence.
Hey, what's up, Hyper Z? We're down to the last moments. The final piece of evidence.
I won't let Mr. Shows down.
Or Iris. Or Susato-san. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Not stressful at all. Very well. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. I can't press. They give me the option to press, but I'm not allowed to. Oh, the music's different. Okay. I'm not allowed to press. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. While this ruffian was jostling with the broker, I was near the entrance of the shop. Through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man. He shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. There was no peephole. The moment he said the peephole, nope, there was no peephole before. And the picture shows that it doesn't have a peephole. Do I present? Wait, let me see the other statements. Do I present the Susato's item or do I present the picture?
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through any door, you think, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. A small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can work that file for ourselves. But that cat lover's controversy has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would be best if I describe the function. Another function then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, when we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Windybank had taken place.
That's right, according to the paperwork in the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together. It recame to my recent attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see what was inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous, what are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Dots. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. Oh God. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made a peephole in the storeroom door. Until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! No, this seems step.
Objection!
Step by step. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene while was fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it's become apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddle, explain yourself. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant. It's based on what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, the peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Oh! Barok. Order in the courtroom, standing credence to win this relevation.
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plating can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Huh? I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Kumi, time for dinner.
Does she make a door in the courtroom, brother? You had to go for some time. Oh my god, the case is still going. Yeah, it never ends. Herlock came back disguised as a freaking Bobby, and gave us the cat flap device that we saw at the beginning of the case. Apparently, during the crime, like after the crime, when we were there, we ran after the thieves, the two brothers. Susato used the cat machine and made the door had a hole. She made the door in the hole in the door. What the hell?
Well,
Oh, young lady, this is Old Bailey. Wanna stop making a cat flap in old paneling and Old Bailey? I'm not done yet. He's being roasted by a kid. Don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flap crates are all fixed size. The dimensions of the peephole at the window bank size the exact match.
Oh! Dots.
Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Now it's my learned student's friend to be lost for words, I feel. Duh. I believe your digital assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. You been watching without audio? Guess there's more Zari time, eh? Or without audio? What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Von Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrator has returned to their native land and cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. There is proof. Picture. As long as the defense remains unable to prove that when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Didn't think that's so, Lord Von Zieks. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, counsel. For the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door was created after the event and not before. It's the picture, right? This picture? This one doesn't have the window. 1 a.m.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infrared cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario, and I should have the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print. This print shows a scene in the shop moments before after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. For once. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. Don't. I don't believe it. It's really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony, it's a catalogue of lies. Order in the courtroom. Stop spitting around. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated this claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Witness testimony is entirely fallacious. Breakdown. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Gah! But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord 1-6! Me the whole case. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. The bloodstain on his sleeve, yeah, he got shot in the crime scene. What? I was there at the scene, is true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. In fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have enough definitive proof that he's a culprit.
He can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Go. As
Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Thoughts? Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false information to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you say in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. He knew that the jacket was full of blood, that's what he knew. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. That inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood was splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Nuts. The point is that you not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature that you lie your concocted is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Neither were you! Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Dots? Oh! Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. This place is chock full of bond articles and my lads had to thoroughly examine them all. I gave all of the officers working around in clocks in shifts that we all get through it.
Even the judge! Sign off his shot. Consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have access to the shop. Oh! Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that this forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet the fact remains Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Everybody shouting.
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Ziggs?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to pull my report.
Why? Are you also guilty?
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony.
How could you, Gregson? I feel so betrayed.
If it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh, it's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Thoughts? Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon?
Dots. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole.
The peephole? Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Oh!
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you utter have serious implications.
Yes. But the defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's only one person it could have been. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? How could you, Grayson? It's Gregson, isn't it? Let me see my evidence folder.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact, we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Grayson's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it during the course of the trial today. Of course. This is not the first time we've been betrayed by the detective. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with urgency during our hour-long recess, while police executed Sapper and I brought the man here for communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would be suddenly required to appear in court. Toots. Are you suggesting until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it was reasonable to assume he knew nothing about the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand he realized his position, and that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that while this trial was in progression that he received the information
Yeah, when he was whispering to the dude.
so that he would commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of my investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess in any case you have forgotten.
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired in the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other
Was after the proceedings resumed following the recess.
Since then, they've been full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't have occurred.
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Gilly was testifying.
Oh yes, now that you mentioned it. When the bailiff was dispatched to receive McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime.
That's it!
It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion in front of all of us. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little whore, right? You're making it all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it started to make more sense.
God, what deal, Counsel?
I wonder perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector, the disc. The second disc.
God!
Ugh. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be striking a deal with any witness, it would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
What are?
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nippori student's specialty.
I don't do that!
With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent that the defense now present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If the Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. Man, what is happening in this case? It's not over yet. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal with the Inspector Grayson making the fragging disc?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting at now, sunshine?
Is it possible that this started a top secret case is what's alluded in this newspaper article here? Classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. This one is being a tough one, yeah. Final case, so of game number 1.
How the bleeding, alright, did you?
We discovered during the course of this trial The music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that he encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession leaked classified secrets.
Dots.
So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the deal for details of the case.
You little...
Rah! How could you, Gregson? I trusted you and your potatoes, man. Oh, nah. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever is McGilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. Hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded had to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in stealing government secrets. You thought it was blackmail?
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
That explains why, when I presented this disc and as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. You think in that moment, like, Bardock had his own little flashback? Because you knew it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying in order to acquire the second of the music box disc, you did reveal confidential details of the crime to the witness. How could you? And aid and abet this man to give his false testimony. How could you? I trusted you. I didn't really, but there's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have had known the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between the 2 men.
No!
Man, can't even trust our own Scotland Yard. If I stress, if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc, as we speak here, is in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could it possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he wouldn't have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted the article agreed upon. The palm of his hand. Good gracious, Dan, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has a second disc on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands the inspector search at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Gilly was testifying before, if Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lords, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector.
Thoughts? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Gah.
However, if I'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll happily submit to a body search.
Oh no. It's not over? He's agreed to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice of which you now teeter, my lord student friend. You made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that yours
You are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, you'll be roasting me the whole game. Grr! Grr! It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
Dots. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agree for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel, you know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you agree? Persist a formal search. We have to search someone else, don't we? God, this is so disgusting. Who else would be holding it? Him? He hasn't let it go. Who else would have the disc? Would he still be having the disc? Luigi? They didn't know about any of it. They were not even aware. It's either still on him. But how? I think the disc must have physically changed hands. How? Where else would he have given somebody a disc? Who else would it be? Is it such someone else? What if I withdraw the request? The defense formally demands that the search be conducted. Wow!
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide.
Wait,
Objection.
yeah, oh yeah, I was like, didn't I click someone else? The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson.
What? What is this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost in the last, have you, sunshine? Your court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Who said that?
Iris! Bruno's doing what you all tell him to do. Having the courage of his convictions. You should all respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Iris, jokes.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel's conviction and eagerly waits his next words.
You what? Don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today,
I'm fairly sure I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Is this just him? Does he just still has the disc with him? When the kid's the actual adult? Is it him?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon. My lord, the defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well, I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire. Is it not him? And so, brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Ew. No! What? Is it Herlock? Was it Herlock? Is it Ginny? Oh my god. What have I seen? It could be. It's either Herlock or Ginny. It can't be these two idiots. Maybe. It can't be Herlock. I feel like Herlock would have known this. He was only in here for a short while. They were discussing it. She was blackmailed before, that's true. Let's try Ginny.
Take that!
Good grief, what possible relation could exist between the person and the case counsel?
Objection!
What? No way! So it has to be Herlock then. He was in here for like just a couple minutes and he was in between both of them, right? It has to be like Herlock. Oof, I had to click all this again.
Objection!
Who is this person? The only one I can think of is like Herlock. Because he was in here for just a couple minutes. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly certain the one who has the disc is Herlock. Because he was in here, now he's in the room, the other room.
Take that!
Oh, it's not Herlock. What? It's not Herlock? What the hell happened in this case? What happened? It's not Herlock. Who is it? It's not him. Is it just the guy? The inspector? No way. It's not the inspector. They're tricking us. Susato? Why would Susato have the disc? Was it on the dead body or something?
No, who do I request to search? What? Let's see. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands. Oh. Wait. How would it have happened though? Is it male Strongheart? No.
Take that!
No, it's not. Oh, thank goodness. I thought he was gonna come in. I'm like, no, stop, please don't. No. What? I'm so confused. Who would it have been? I straight up thought they gave that to him. Okay. Wait, we investigated him, but it didn't work. Is it just him? Is it the dead body? If the disc was on the dead body, they would already have the disc, no?
Take that!
Man, they only gave us a little animation for the guy, for Eggert. I'm just trying out everybody now. It can't be Susato. We can't search her. I feel like the brothers would be weird. That if it's the brothers.
Take that!
Man, this case is... I've tried literally everybody. It's just Von Zeeks. Wait, so when we presented him, we did search him. But then there was nothing unusual about him. And he did a spin and then he made all of us cry. And like minus points. Oh, yeah, maybe it is the brothers. Maybe it is them. When he got strangled by Gregson for like a little bit for nothing, right?
Take that!
Off, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Remember when he strangled him? That must be when he got the disc. Whoa, never. Eh? Maybe me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Oh, you little hoe. That means this is right. You little hoe. You little hoe. I thought it would be weird for it to be the brothers because I felt like they were done with this. Inspector. Scotland Yard has adopted to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have authority to object. But Lord Madrix, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Oh!
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, all that about? I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this.
Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about nothing. Ah.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Rah! Rah!
Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon Flammy Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. I swore to God.
Counsel, would you please explain exactly what's going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and the detective now. Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that Inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior.
Ah.
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admitted nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and shaking him violently.
Yeah, it alright. You thought it's me noggin gonna fall off. Cause I was wishing I'd been born me a brother was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He turned around and grabbed me like a whistle and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when he got down the station is what we say. Yelled it right out of my ear hole, did he? My head's bobbing and throbbing now.
Huh. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. The opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Bless my wig! He hit it? You.
Gregson! You're getting worse and worse! I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. That's my orders were. Recover the medium used to convey the secret leaks from the ministry, and do it on the QT secret hush hush. Hush hush. Hush hush. This obstruction of justice. This is just disgusting. How could they? The betrayal of the justice system itself. A top secret assignment of it. As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court evidence, it will be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Dots. I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. Afraid I'm not at liberty to answer the question. So, realizing that there was a chance you may search here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get him close enough to slip the disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense?
Dots.
Dots. Well now, Inspector Gregson, you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Dots.
Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Oh, come on! Why isn't this case over? Clearly, our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed this to the inspector.
Objection!
But how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. Sentence me accordingly. But it's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern mind's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. Oh my god! We've been at this all over the place. We've been at this for 3 hours. Just the same argument of him not admitting his nonsense. What about you, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. What have I done? It's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public is fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
What? Making a bigger rotten baguette.
Yeah?
This is quite quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such an extraordinary, tumultuous in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in absence of any further evidence to present, I believe it's time that we put the matter to the jury to the final leanings.
Well, now, as a fellow servant of the country, I may sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he deepened, man. Quite sure. It's.
Wait, what? In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help. When it comes to looking at cases, it's all blurred to me. How are you asking the jury's opinion when they don't know anything?
As a professional, I like to put my faith in the detective.
What?
Graydon is a highly skilled operator stock, currently in the president of the island stock.
Detective very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now.
Is Skinny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence now, we're going to lose. Either some proof that Mr. Graydon killed Windyback or stole government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson to admitting he struck a deal with the witness. What the hell? This council is trying to encourage the jurors to declare their final decisions now. That is unless you have some compelling evidence you've thus far not presented to the court. What would it be? If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
There's no other choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some evidence at them.
This is it now, it all comes to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Stop! Don't. Why are you making this? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? I don't know. What evidence do I have? Something that proves that either he stole government secrets, or he killed the guy, or Gregson made a deal. But what? Maybe a barbed wire is necessary, made him suffer. Oh my god, it's the hardest decision of my life! Something that would make Gregson admit his deal. What would make him admit the deal? I feel like... Well, we're obviously not gonna leave it to the freaking jury. The message in the disc. Do we have to listen to the messages? Because now we have both discs. Do we present evidence against Graydon then? Or against Gregson to play? do we I wonder if, like, if you do Gregson and you say, look, we're gonna play this right now and translate everything, and then he'll just admit it, or Gray, I feel like Graydon won't do it, won't try and admit to anything. If I present the disc with Graydon, all he would say is, I don't know anything about this. I didn't have this. We didn't have proof that he held the disc at some point. I feel like we had to talk about Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he struck with Grayson. This is the disc or the music box? Do we present the music box or the disc? Oh no! We have to inspect the disc, right?
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's music box disc? Yeah, we have to force to listen to the disc, I guess. The first of the two, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilda's special music box, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered, is set in place as well. Goodness, this disc counter!
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because, well... It's not got nothing to do with this case, is why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector.
Ah!
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by court earlier were part of Morse code message. Ooh. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you let go if you're letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out to the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
Ooh, naruhodo. Let's not forget, Inspector, just you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential in case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm gonna prepare to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Don't. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by their music box. Come on, Van Zix, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection.
Ooh! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, not a Scotland Yard puppet! In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. Let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Yes! Van Zix! Oh! How are we still here? Very well. Defense stance here of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box as it's set in operation once more. Ooh! Ooh! This time with the second disc in place, both discs playing simultaneously. Oh boy. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit, or whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Dots. Can't believe you. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand? Mr. Ashley Drayden. Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
That's... I did.
Oh! Stop! What are you doing, man?
Not. It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess, we were stood here stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
He approached you with a deal, this hoe! Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! I'll get a room. Psst. Can you imagine? In the courtroom. You there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about the trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may have make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false information, by false testimony, this witness intended to have defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
Not. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, no! There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction for a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery that night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. You. Oh! Traitor! Whoa, hey! Oh my god! Hey, let him go! Let him go! Oh my god! His potato! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Jesus Christ! That's it then. It's all over. Dots. 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 I despised my life growing up. Oh, those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. My dude. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape that hellhole. What happened then? You did so well. You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets? Why? Thus. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilden. You're a fiend with a square talent, you're so. I throw money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilden would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. Man, this McGilden guy just ruined everybody's life. Surely you must have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. Dots. My father. You could get some money on those dancing moves. Oh, wow! Through my mother divorced. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. Well, he'd been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. Wow. It was the first time I see him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
No, he was so proud of you, Ashley. He was money hungry. It involved a pole and let's go. Oh! He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if you told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box disc, eh? Musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought a score with me too, actually.
That made me so funny. I brought a score with me too, actually. I'd be delighted.
I'll be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools with you, there in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting information in 2, you were taking considerable good precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. First involved the 2 discs and the music box playing for them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
Wow.
You had the 10 images on your head.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seemed he became reluctant to part with his money.
That don't quite make sense, Mr. Creighton. Why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago that your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Miss Gilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved with something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, you understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
"Oh." He wanted to see what the son was doing. And he died because of it, Graydon! That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb onto the omnibus, hand me over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc when I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc that was taken from him, he never returned home.
Wow. Dots. Dots.
Thoughts. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not uttering once, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Wow.
Revenge?
As anyone with even remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with. Evidence was fixed and witnesses were bribed. Trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money off my dealings with McGilded by then. I spent nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself showed me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands, delivered the justice the monster deserved. Wow! The tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. What the hell? Okay. McGilda's death that day. Wow. Was caused by this man? Everything's ready, sir, if you follow me to the courtroom. Justice officer, this sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not convenient, sir. There were changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell Mr. McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGill used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to alterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Jesus Christ. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc my father had taken to exchange with McGill. Oh yes. There was indeed no mention of the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly it's been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. The music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, the 10 guineas for the young man. What's this with Whittybank's pawnbrokery? This is a pawnbrokery ticket. He can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. No need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to the watchword. I put the jewel in the pawn for you. It will take a 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite such a way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Dots. 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 So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father. He must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, when we first met you at Whittybank's afternoon 2 days ago, you had the description of Miss Lestrade written down.
How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. The pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another one of McGill's pawns. She must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her that had the ticket. So I started making some inquiries. I had strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork in the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed was to wait until the girl went to Widdy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGiller's overcoat and one disc. It was in his pocket. An all-important music box and the second disc was inside was still missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. Because I was unaware of the fact I had not been. I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing. We've been picked up on the fact that McGill was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellas' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but had to keep it quiet as we could.
Then, with the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I'd become nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find the articles before the police did.
That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
Dots. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching, the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilda on the shelves of the forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it in my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop. I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door of refuge.
Sorry tale.
It all took place in a blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. Everything that's happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. Dots. 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 Dots.
Earlier, you called Mr. McGilda a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you've done is exactly the same.
Dots.
You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in Mr. McGilden.
Dots. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial, you know. However, it was seen we've last arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, ward off Ashley Graydon.
He's been arrested. She's been restrained, my lord. He's been escorted to the yard. He will be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
It transpires were you complicit. You were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. And the fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Notes.
Now to the defendant, Miss Jaina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, foreman?
Yes, sir. Geared up squadron standing by. This is really it now. Last push, the final call, the whistling whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Wow.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Are we not gonna do anything about the freaking revolutionaries? Where's the jester? And the other guy? What happened to them?
Ha ha ha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. Wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, we're not finished with you yet.
What? What are you looking at me for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. It's true. 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to that trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Widdybank's pawnbroking, you also attempted to abscond Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilda's coat in the cell yesterday or anything.
Just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Giddy this evening.
Turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, certainly most unexpected revelation, counsel. Barok.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast.
Wow, Barok.
To demanding that the government secrets be disseminated before the entire court.
Ah, very sorry about that. That was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so...
Oh, isn't that...
It's about the sounds produced in the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh well, it's just I'm really fanatical when it comes to Morse code, see? So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
Dots.
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Right, you after that? How many times did I tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets in the sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Gah! But it's really going to bother me.
Dots.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord.
that which you have seen today here in this court has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity, I mean. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see it most days back in the slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's how life goes.
Gina,
Thoughts? But look, I reckon I'll work something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've got to start, son. You gotta start. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Dots. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Thoughts?
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Port Winterbank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Gina Lestrade not guilty. Finally! My god, it took us like 11 hours. I didn't realize. That is all. Course again. Woo! Dude, 11 hours of this. My god, can't believe. Oh wait, Barak, we're alone. We're alone. A toast together, baby. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh. No. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese. Barak, stop being a douche. You saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within an Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. See? He's appreciating the me personally. Dots. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Dots. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. Bro, we're not so different on the inside. Dots. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again in this courtroom. Oh, you wanna lock swords? Should just call me, man. I'll lock swords with you! Also, I just realized his champagne bottle has a Grim Reaper on it, by the way. I'll lock swords with you any day, Bonzix. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. His backstory: he had a Japanese friend. No wonder he has a reason why he hates Japanese people, Nipponese people, whatever. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew, and to try to understand. Dots, you mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. I like how we're alone in the courtroom just talking. What happened exactly? Dots. Well, you may ask. And one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Dots. Alright. I'll wait for the day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Whoa. Okay. 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 Okay.
Iris is like,
What were you doing with Mr. Barafontes in there, Bruno?
Rio's like, oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. We were just having a drink and, you know, he put his leg up on the table. Don't worry about it. It's done. It's over at last. Thoughts. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent.
thoughts? Well, you know what you said, Mr. Naraono. You believe in me right up to the end. You're as old as your name.
So what about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
Thoughts? No one's ever asked before, you see. Kept the promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Dots. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone is really an exercise to learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh well, if you say so. Don't make me a fat old little sense of me.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! Thoughts? But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Kazuma. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
Dots. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning up to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Dots!
Pardon the interruption. Well, who's that?
Stop!
What is the deuce to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
Ah, that voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Aha! Yes, it was me all along. I knew I could have said you when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Oh my god, hold up.
Mr. Jones!
Aha! Yes, it was me all along, you see.
Jesus Christ, hold up.
He's like, I assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who was standing to me. Merely made my knowledge damn to the man that he had happily assumed me with a leave of absence.
How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Thank you?
Huh. Some great detective you are. Being cold as ice, baby.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having this news in your nice soul bit, some of us fighting for their lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, true. So I've intended feeling somewhat cold, perhaps not cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Ew. Could you take your hands off my neck, please? Oh! Oh, why? Oh my god. Not in front of the child, bro. I just had a time with Hollock, man. I mean, with Bardock. In some way, I suppose. Congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. You should be resting in the hospital. Stop acting like someone I know.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so about it?
Naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in trial in that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean?
Got anyone who's found not guilty in a trial, he was walking hand up and ends up dead anyway. That it.
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Dots.
Yeah, well, don't bore me.
Oh, really?
Course not. Way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs?
Oh, him upstairs. Oh.
You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't get the wrong end of the stick. Some cows like the bog trotter who are under the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs just make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming the lives is another.
Well, I didn't like McGillets of the world, so I ain't scared. I'll go principal, see.
Dots. Trait in you is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, right?
I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are, Harry! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance, especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear. Do apologize. But wait till I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in the room, dressed as a bailiff. These dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Will you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
Beg your pardon.
Sorry, Harry. You just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
Wow.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. He's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Rip! Ouch! Ouch indeed. Bro.
Anyway, such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Yeah, the judge pack. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking all the stuff, and what is it? Blah, 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 blah.
Yes, I think you find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But not even an offense. It's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking all this.
Iris is on fire today. Just like Megilda was 2 months ago.
Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did ya, Odo?
Oh no. Well, no, I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it.
Hehehe. Oh,
What is it?
nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Thoughts? Odo?
Yes.
Thoughts?
Whoa, hey! Dude, ah! What was that for?
Don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
Sundere, come on, girl.
Right, I see. Well... Thoughts? Thoughts? That...
Oh,
Thanks, Odo.
oh, oh my God!
Thank you for everything you've done. For believing in me.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Take the hat off, girl! I can't look at her. Yo, they just told her to say thank you. She had to go extra. Toots, not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. So precious. Well, there she goes. Now, wonder if I'll ever see it again. Probably. Well, well. Well, well. Quite an indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and its trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
Should have shown it to Gina. Iris should have been thrilled.
Oops! Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Oh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Honey?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but the good news.
There you have it. How people answer says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news first this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level rainfall, apparently.
Well, that's good news indeed. I can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful. The sailings out of Dover have been delayed a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
Susato-san! Oh my god, she's still in Japan! Dots. But there won't be a train, surely. We won't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? Rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we should be able to be there in time for dinner.
And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again! Indeed he does! Happen to be aware of the number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge to them known to the man. He happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Dots. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Susato-san! Wait! One last moment before we end this game and end this stream. Look at how beautiful! That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Whoa, wait! Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
Dots.
Aww.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw in the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen it.
Dots.
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
Dots. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. That was so fun, I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do it again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
And if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it if you didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper man, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybeck's shop later that night.
I see.
And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right!
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think the door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it would only be in that door. At that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. But I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the flapper mate to make the peephole in the door?
As captured a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would be proven by Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof it would be amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door,
The sight that made my eyes with blood, ran my blood cold. Thoughts started to run through my head. I remembered at the trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. I made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now?
Oh!
Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I'm sure she would never done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. That's when I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened to behind a locked door of a locked room. But for someone to claim falsely have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which a peephole would have been the very thing.
Only the people I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, this is why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even the police.
I know, and I knew at the time that I was doing it wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely back into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah! You could have disbarred you if you had the scene knowingly tampered with the crime scene. Miss Sato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato, I'm almost at the 12-hour mark of the stream.
That's the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allow myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Dots. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using the peephole as a way to blah blah blah. Implicit, Gina. Duh. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not sure at all she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Dots. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Oh. Well, we must all be thankful for Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind for sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained the secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, the argument wasn't as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was communications officer among the jury members, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. That's what I said, after all. We're talking about a secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood. They should be intercepted. In cipher? I see. So we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite zero my problem, I assure you. Dots. Sogi. Asogi? What? Who said that?
But that can't be a real word, can it?
No! No! No, no! That's what the messages were? Wait, what? I think they're trying to decipher what the code in the music box was, and she just said Asuki.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Kazuma, what were you doing?
I just said Asuki. Does that one mean something to you?
Girl, means something. Asuki was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. What did the message say?
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is in English, at least.
Oh,
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered the Andrew Morse code in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say the Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, do you know it? Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
What the hell?
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will be very more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Shut up!
Peter SMA, Iris, show me the message, please!
Of course.
Dots. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
Dots. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asugi.
Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why is his name on the disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Gregson.
Tobias Gregson? Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on that list. What's his name doing the secret government communication as well?
And the last name, Dos.
What's the matter, Mr. Sato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in a suspense.
Dots. The last name is J. Wilson.
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh no. Giselle.
Dots.
Dots?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if translated from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris.
That's...
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbing familiar names. It appeared that this particular message is communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So that it could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo are from.
Go down!
Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be a lot of J's among them.
Dots. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. How long is this gonna go? I'm running out of time on the YouTube thing. I have 20 minutes left before the 12 hours. This is so strange. Somehow solving the case of Windy Mike's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder out of the mouth of a very dark cave.
Dots, I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside.
I don't know. Kazuma, Dots. Your boat!
Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so. It's 6 a.m. here already. What are we doing?
I'll sail on the steamship first to port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Oh, no!
I bow. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato, I've hoped to have you always by my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Dots! I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Being up at 6 a.m. is nothing unusual.
Really, Susie?
Now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise to yet fulfill.
A promise?
I still haven't eaten my food. It's been sitting here for like 2 hours. I didn't realize the case was gonna be this long.
About your manuscript.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that.
Ah,
Oh yes, the Hounds of Baskervilles.
Dots. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
I like how they purposely put a bunch of mysteries just so because they know they were gonna make a second game.
Definitely, Iris. Dots. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes.
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from their wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember right, you threw me away half across the room with the Susato takedown.
You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato,
And my instincts were right.
maybe we'll solve them in the second game, yeah?
I want to believe, no. I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Goodbye. We'll see you in the next game. Oh, anime. Maybe a
Somehow
third game.
we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, It feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
We got our cat.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Hey, that's a game name.
Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
He brought that with him.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Friendship. Is that my best friend? Who's dead? Aww. What?
Oh yes, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, Mr. Shows.
I have some rather awkward news. Oh god. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
What?
It causes such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we never made it to Dover on time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything. It's how it was your fault.
Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato,
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? What? Excuse me?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like he's the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See?
Your right false testimony? Dots. Mr. Shows.
yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
We know what we're gonna say? Why, certainly. Anything you like. My dear, bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. I know it's just the one he'll use.
Then, I really must say, objection! Just in time. We're almost done with the 12 hours. Nonoseke Naruhodo. Beautiful! Beautiful! I'm so excited for the next game. There's so many mysteries! In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived from Baker Street all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I ordered them all myself. I advertised them for sale, used by Mr. Sholmes to for an important case. The money I've earned, consulting detective will pay the filters. Do you sell false info, false advertising? Dude. I'm so curious. What's happening? Who are the jesters? Where did Giselle go? Why Kazuma's name?
I was never wink. I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks for me breakfast. Well, cook's an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
That was a great case. Better get my tissues. Oh god!
Witness! Your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly, Red Coupon quite hide on the rest themselves. Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man.
Witnesses, my court is no place for your petty arguments. My god. Also, Naga, why are you still here?
Having the list as a resident dancer to show in Shanghai. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I do is give Fulton and walk a high in my refuge. I might bring some kittens on board.
He brought baby cats! My god. He brought the baby kittens. Bro.
Oh, hello. Scientific investigation would be the gold standard for policy in the new age. Good. I dream of a world governed by attendance and order and discipline. Like a great clock. My great clock. Sorry. Now look at the time. Now if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Oh, strong. You betrayer! Your name was on the list too. You're next to die. Jay Wilson's dead. Kazuma's dead. Who's on the list? Shin? Who the hell's that? Never met him before. And you're next. You're next, bruh. I'm not listening to anything you're saying. Betrayer! How could you? You're Scotland Yard, bruh. You put yourself to shame.
Visiting the old girl on a daily basis, your Joni, your old jailbird. Must say,
Did you say Dicky Peg? What?
got this maid business taped up, I say. Go, the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
I forgot that she accidentally killed someone, kind of. She accidentally put someone in a coma. Oh my god, damn. I kinda like them. Well, I like the girl, kind of, not really. She's kinda weird. Jane in the gutter. Better movie now. Looking for Londoners. And up their pennies. And my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, baby!
Oh! Get a room!
Looks like I'm gonna be doing some time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a chat. Nah, ain't too boring. She's always going about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Is she the girl that looks like Emma Sky on the poster? Now that I think about it. Will you be like Emma Sky? You! I remember my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. No regrets. Why? Oh no, they're all in the same cage. Oh my. Oh, they're gonna have a time in that prison cell. I just know it. 3 Musket Watsons? Oh no, they're gangs milking the neighborhood. Whoa, hey. They're a gang. They're gonna have a fun time in that cell. Watch out. Scotland Yard better watch out. Oh, just in time. Okay, we're almost done with the do the Mario.
This past 6 months has been a charm I shall remember evermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. For now, I leave you to many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Oh my god! be the first game! Look at that hole! I hope you guys enjoyed the first game. I don't know, should we start the second game tomorrow? Or should we do something else tomorrow and continue the second game the day after? I'm trying to distract myself because I can't walk in with Kazuma. This is so cute. Right on the fields. I wish he could be walking with us now though. But yeah, I didn't expect to go this. Oh, Kazuma!